Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Sudden Storm at the Cabin, Nature's Ominous Warning. I didn't plan on being out here alone. I took the early bus out of town, the one that left before dawn when the city was still a slow, groggy mess of headlights and distant sirens. The air smelled sharp with pine and damp earth by the time I stepped off near the trailhead. There was a chill to it, early spring still holding on, but the sky was clear, the kind of blue that made you blink a few times just to make sure it was real. The first few miles were easy. The path was well worn, a ribbon of dirt weaving between tall firs and moss-covered stones. I kept my pace slow, not wanting to tire myself out too fast. The sun was warm on my neck, and the breeze tasted faintly of wildflowers. I stopped a couple of times to catch my breath, pull out a granola bar, and take in the quiet. It was the kind of quiet that made you aware of every tiny sound, the snap of a twig underfoot, a bird calling from somewhere high above, the distant drip of water from leaves heavy with last night's dew. There was a rhythm to it, a pulse I hadn't felt in months. I told myself this was exactly what I needed. Fresh air, solitude, the slow drag of the trail. No deadlines, no screens, no constant buzzing. By mid-afternoon, the sun had climbed higher, and I found myself standing at the edge of a small clearing. The cabin was just ahead, nestled between thick stands of cedar like some forgotten secret. It wasn't much to look at: withered gray wood, a sagging porch, windows clouded with age, but it had a quiet dignity. I'd expected something more polished, honestly, but this felt right. Real. I dropped my pack and ran a hand over the rough wood, feeling the grains press into my palm. The air smelled faintly of damp wood and something else, something faintly sour, like old rainwater pooled beneath the eaves. I shrugged it off. Probably nothing. Inside, the cabin was dim and musty, the kind of smell that settles when a place has been closed up for a while. Dust motes floated in the shafts of light slipping through cracked window panes. I set my pack down by the door and flicked on my phone, hoping for some signal. Nothing. Not even a bar. No surprise there. I pulled out the small radio I'd packed, the kind hikers use for emergencies, and fiddled with the dials. Static. Then a crackle, a burst of white noise, and silence again. I tried again, twisting the knob slower, holding the device closer to my ear. Hello? Anyone? My voice sounded small, swallowed by the empty cabin. I set the radio down on a rickety table, feeling a flutter of unease that I couldn't quite place. It wasn't that I expected someone else to answer. No, it was something else, a faint impression, like the air itself was holding its breath. I stepped outside, the sun still warm but the sky shifting. Clouds were gathering at the edges, low and heavy, their undersides bruised with gray. The wind picked up, rustling the branches and carrying the scent of rain. I pulled my jacket tighter, the fabric rough against my skin. Better set up before it hits, I muttered, though it felt more like a warning than a suggestion. The trail back was slick in places, patches of mud where the spring thaw had softened the ground. I noticed the creek nearby had swollen, its usual gentle murmur replaced by a louder rush, water tumbling over stones with surprising force. I crouched at the bank, dipping a finger in to taste the cold, clean flow. But the water was darker here, tinged with something else: mud, leaves, a strange oily sheen that caught the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows. I frowned. I told myself not to read too much into it. Creeks change. Floods happen. Nothing unusual. Still, as the sky darkened and the first drops began to fall, I hurried back to the cabin, my boots squelching in the wet earth. The wind was rising now, whipping through the trees with a keening sound that set my teeth on edge. I closed the door behind me, the latch catching with a sharp click. Inside, the cabin felt smaller, more confining. The rain pounded against the roof, a relentless tattoo that filled the silence. I pulled my jacket off, wringing the sleeves out before hanging it over a chair. The cool, damp air clung to the walls, thick with the smell of wet wood and something else faint, almost imperceptible, like a trace of smoke or something burning long ago. I moved toward the window and peered out. The forest was a blur of dark shapes and glistening leaves. Water was already pooling in the low spots near the cabin, creeping closer with every minute. The creek had become a stream, and the stream was swelling fast. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a dark shape caught between the trees, half submerged in the rising water. Then I realized it was something else. A figure, maybe. Or part of one. Something moved. I blinked, but the shape didn't disappear. It shifted, slow and deliberate, as if trying to signal me. My stomach tightened, and I stepped back from the window, heart thumping in a way that felt almost wrong. There was no one else supposed to be out here. No paths, no cabins, no hikers. Just me. The radio crackled suddenly, sharp and clear for a split second, then was swallowed again by static. I grabbed it, twisting the dial desperately. Hello? Can anyone hear me? My voice cracked, the words sounding hollow in the cramped space. Silence. Complete silence. Outside, the rain hammered harder. The wind howled through the cracks in the cabin's walls. And somewhere in the swelling floodwaters, something or someone was waiting. The storm didn't ease with dawn, it only grew louder, more insistent. I rubbed my hands together, hoping to warm them, though the room felt close, almost suffocating. The damp smell of wet wood and earth clung to everything, mixing with the faint mustiness of the cabin's worn fabric curtains. I could taste the cold air on my tongue, metallic and sharp. The night had been long. Too long. And yet I couldn't shake the feeling that the storm was just a backdrop, a cover for something else. That figure, or whatever it was, hadn't been a trick of the light. Not noise. Not my imagination. I told myself that again and again, but the knot in my gut tightened. I glanced at the gear I'd unpacked yesterday, the half-empty water bottle, the map with the trail I'd planned to hike, and the small first aid kit. Nothing seemed to matter anymore. Not when I was trapped here, cut off by floodwaters that were creeping closer to the cabin's threshold. I needed to know what was out there. I needed to make sense of it. No way to call for help. No cell service. The radio was useless. I had to move. The rain slowed briefly, the storm's breath caught in its chest. I grabbed my jacket, soaked but necessary, and the flashlight. My boots squelched in the mud outside as I stepped onto the porch, the cold biting through my layers. The air was thick with the scent of wet pine and something else, something faint but unmistakable. Smoke? No, not smoke. Something more organic, like decaying leaves or flesh. I scanned the flooded clearing. The water had risen higher than I thought, patches of submerged brush poking up like the spines of some ancient creature. My eyes caught a glint near a fallen log, half underwater and shifting with the current. A plastic bottle, tangled in branches. Nearby, a piece of cloth floated, dark and torn. I crouched, the muddy earth sucking at my boots. As the water pressed closer to the cabin's foundation, I noticed scratches on the wood, fresh, jagged marks along the lower planks, like someone had been clawing their way up. My fingers traced the grooves, rough and splintered. What had tried to get in? A sudden splash upstream caught my attention. I froze. The sound was too deliberate to be a fish or a branch falling. It echoed again, rhythmic and slow. Someone was out there. Or maybe something. I swallowed hard, the air, cold and heavy with silence thick in my throat. "Hello?" I called out, voice rough. "Is anyone there?" The wind swallowed the words, carrying them away. The idea of another person trapped in this storm made my chest tighten. Relief and dread tangled inside me. I wanted to find them, to know they weren't alone. But what if they weren't friendly? What if they were the reason the radio was dead? The reason the storm felt so much like a trap? I tightened my grip on the flashlight and moved toward the edge of the flooded area, stepping carefully on submerged roots and slick rocks. Every step made a squelching sound that seemed too loud, too exposed. My breath came in quick, shallow bursts. The cabin's safety felt like a distant memory. Then I saw it, a makeshift raft, crudely tied together with vines and branches, drifting just beyond the water's reach. Someone had been here recently, maybe only hours ago. The wood was wet but fresh, no moss or dirt settled on it. My heart hammered. Was this a sign of someone escaping? Or of someone stranded, waiting for rescue? As I moved closer, the flashlight beam caught something near the raft, a small pile of belongings, a tattered backpack, a pair of muddy boots, and a soaked notebook, pages fluttering in the sudden gusts of wind. I reached for the notebook, fingers trembling as I flipped it open. The handwriting was messy, hurried, like someone trying to capture thoughts before they slipped away. Day 3. No sign of help. The creek is rising faster than expected. Heard voices last night but saw no one. Can't tell if it's my mind playing tricks. I swallowed hard. Someone else was here. Someone who'd been stranded before me. The wind picked up, carrying the distant sound of a dog barking, or was it a scream? I couldn't tell. I closed the notebook, the pages sticking together damply, and looked around. The forest loomed closer now, shadows deep and unsettling beneath the storm's gray veil. There was movement behind the trees. A flash of color, then nothing. My skin prickled. I wasn't alone. Not by a long shot. Back at the cabin, I slammed the door shut and bolted it, though I knew it was useless against whatever was out there. The floodwaters were lapping at the steps, inching higher with each gust. I slid down against the door, heart hammering so loud I was sure anyone outside could hear. The radio crackled again, a broken whisper through the static. "Help! Trapped! Water rising!" The voice was so faint I almost didn't catch it, but it was real. Someone else was out there, and they were in trouble. I grabbed the radio, hands shaking, twisting the dial. "Where are you? Who is this?" I called, voice barely steady. The storm answered with thunder, drowning out the reply. I was running out of time. And the flood wasn't the only danger closing in. The floor beneath me groaned, a low, threatening sound that made my heart skip. The water was climbing faster now, inching under the doorframe like a living thing. I shoved the radio back to my ear, desperate for another word. "Please, basement, can't, hold," the voice broke through again, fragile and terrified. Basement. The word hit me like a punch. That meant the lower levels, where the water pooled first and where I was headed. If someone was trapped down there, I had to move now. I grabbed the flashlight off the table, its beam shaky in my trembling hands. The stairs creaked as I descended, cold water licking the bottom step. I paused, listening. The radio crackled once more, clearer this time. "Stay close, door stuck, don't flood." The voice was fading, overwhelmed by the roar of rushing water and the storm outside. I forced myself down another step, then another, the dark swallowing me whole. The beam caught a glimpse of something, a figure pressed against the far wall, eyes wide with panic. Relief and dread tangled inside me. "I'm here," I said, voice steady despite the chaos. "Hold on. I'm coming." The water surged, now waist deep, cold and merciless. The door ahead groaned under pressure, the lock twisted out of place. Time was running out faster than I could move. I reached out, fingers fumbling for the handle, every second a battle against the rising flood and the storm's fury. Then, with a shuddering crash, the door gave way. The door slammed open, water crashing behind it like a tidal wave ready to swallow me whole. I crouched beside them, voice low but urgent. "Hey, are you okay? Can you move?" Their eyes flickered open, dark, wide, and so tired it made me wince. "Help," they whispered, voice cracking like dry leaves underfoot. "Trapped. Basement, door, won't hold." I swallowed hard. The floodwaters were rising fast, and the cabin's groans echoed louder now, like the whole place might give way any second. The storm outside hammered the windows, rain slapping the glass with a relentless fury. It wasn't just the storm I had to worry about, it was the person here, desperate and stranded, just like me. "Okay," I said, trying to sound calm even though my chest felt like it was tightening. "We've got to find a way out together." They nodded weakly, but then their eyes darted toward the far wall, where the water pooled deeper, swirling with debris. Something dark floated near the surface, a tangle of cloth, maybe a jacket or a tarp. I couldn't tell. My fingers trembled as I shone the light over it, heart thudding hard enough to drown out the storm. "Do you know if anyone else is down here?" I asked quietly. They hesitated, then shook their head. "No, just me." But their eyes didn't meet mine. They stayed fixed on that dark shape in the water. I glanced again. There was a rough bundle beneath the surface, partially covered but oddly still. In the dim light, it looked like, no. I forced the thought away. Couldn't be. Where's the other exit? I pressed. There has to be another way out of this basement. They swallowed, voice barely audible. No other exit. Just that door, and the windows are sealed tight. Boarded up. They said it was safe. I believed them. I tightened my grip on the flashlight, the metal cool and slick against my palm. It was the kind of thing you said when you didn't want to admit you'd been lied to, or worse, trapped on purpose. A knot twisted in my stomach. Who said it was safe? I asked. They gave me a look like they were trying to remember, but the storm drowned out their answer. Then, suddenly, a loud crack split the air, followed by a shudder that ran through the cabin's wooden frame. The lights flickered, and for a moment, the flashlight dimmed dangerously, then surged back. I cursed under my breath, heart leaping. The water was already up to my waist. Each second felt like a slow-motion slide into something I couldn't control. The thought that someone had been trapped here long before me made a cold sweat break out along my spine. This wasn't just bad luck or a storm gone wrong. This was deliberate. I glanced back at the figure, who was now shivering so violently their whole body shook. "We need to move," I said. "I'm going to try the windows. Maybe I can pry one open." They nodded, but their hands reached out shakily, gripping my arm with surprising strength. "Please, don't leave me." I swallowed the lump in my throat. "I won't. But if the water keeps rising, we'll have to find higher ground or..." A sudden roar from outside cut me off, a sound like twisted metal and splintering wood. The cabin creaked again, louder this time, like some massive weight was pressing down on the roof. I glanced up just in time to see the ceiling sag slightly, a wet, dark stain spreading across the plaster. "Flood's worse than I thought," I muttered. "We don't have much time." We moved slowly through the knee-deep water, the floor slick beneath my boots. The air smelled of wet earth and something sour, maybe mildew, or worse, something decaying that had been here too long. The flashlight beam caught a small pile of belongings near the far corner, a pair of muddy boots, a torn jacket, a crumpled notebook soaked through but still clutched in a waterlogged fist. I picked up the notebook, flipping through pages that were smeared with mud and water but still legible in parts. Scribbled entries, dates, and frantic notes about the weather, the cabin's condition, and someone's increasing sense of dread. Then, toward the end, a line written in shaky handwriting, "They're watching. Can't trust anyone. If I don't make it out, this is the only warning." My skin prickled. I looked up at the figure, who was watching me with wide eyes. "Who's watching?" I asked. "You said you trusted someone here?" They swallowed, voice barely above a whisper. "No one. But someone knew about the flood before it came. They didn't warn us. They locked the doors after it started. We were left to drown." The room spun for a moment. Betrayal and fear tangled inside me like a twisting vine. This wasn't just a storm. This was a trap. "Why?" I asked, voice cracking. "Who would do that?" They shook their head, eyes haunted. "I don't know. But they're close. I've heard footsteps above. Voices. Waiting." I froze. Footsteps? Voices? The storm's howl seemed to fade into silence for a split second, as if the world was holding its breath. "We can't stay here," I said, urgency sharpening my words. "We have to find a way out. Together." They nodded, leaning heavily on me as we moved toward the boarded-up windows. I tested the boards with my shoulder, but they barely budged. The water was rising faster now, lapping at my chest, cold and unforgiving. A sudden crack from the ceiling made us both jump. Plaster rained down in small chunks. The cabin was giving way. "Listen," I whispered, heart hammering. "If we don't get out soon, this place will be underwater completely." The figure nodded, eyes wide and desperate. "They're coming. I heard them outside the door. They want to keep us here." I swallowed hard. The storm was no longer the enemy. Whoever was outside the cabin was. The radio crackled again, faint but unmistakable. "Don't trust. Not alone. There." Then silence. My hands trembled as I shut off the radio and stuffed it into my jacket. No more signals. No more help. Only us. The rising water. And whoever was waiting just beyond the walls. There was no turning back now. The cabin was a cage, the storm a mask for something far worse. I glanced at the figure, their eyes pleading. I wanted to say something reassuring, but all I could think was, what had I walked into? And how long before we were trapped for good? The room shifted beneath us as another drop of plaster fell. I wanted to argue, to make a plan, but my mind was a jumble of fear and confusion. Who were they? And why were they here? The radio's broken plea echoed in my head. "Don't trust. Not alone. There." The static had swallowed the rest, but the meaning was clear enough. Whatever was waiting beyond the cabin's thin wooden walls wasn't interested in kindness. I shifted, trying to get a better look out the window. The glass was smeared with rain and grime, but I caught a glimpse of movement too deliberate, too measured to be animals. Shadows slipping between the trees, keeping pace with the storm. My hands trembled as I stepped back, bumping into the figure. "Can you tell me who they are?" My voice was barely a murmur. I hated that I sounded so weak. The person shook their head. "No names. Just people who don't want us to leave." I overheard them talking. They're controlling this area. They've done it before. Their eyes flicked toward the door, wide and desperate. They don't want witnesses. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt like lead. The water was inching up the floorboards, cold and thick, smelling like mud and rot. A strange, metallic tang lingered in the air, cold and heavy with silence, making me gag. "We can't stay here," I said, voice firmer than I felt. "The cabin's falling apart. If the flood rises more." A sudden crash from outside cut me off. Something heavy slammed against the front door. My heart slammed against my ribs. The figure crouched lower, whispering, "They're testing it. Trying to break in." I pressed my back against the wall, searching for anything to barricade the door with. The small table was soaked and wobbly, the chair legs were uneven. Nothing solid enough. Outside, the pounding grew louder, more frantic. "Listen," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We need to find another way out." "The back window? Maybe the cellar?" They shook their head again. "No cellar. Flooded. The back window's jammed." Their fingers trembled as they touched the frame. I tried. Cold dread settled over me. We were trapped, and whatever was outside wasn't going to wait. The radio crackled again. Static, then a voice so faint it was almost a hallucination. "Help. Trapped. Don't trust." The signal cut off. Silence slammed into the room. I could feel my pulse in my ears. What do we do?" I whispered. The figure looked at me, eyes shimmering with something I couldn't name. Fear? Defiance? Both? "We wait," they said, "and hope they don't break through before the dawn." Their voice cracked, betraying the calm. "If they find us." Another heavy slam. The door shuddered. Wood creaked. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. Seconds stretched into minutes. The storm's fury was a constant roar, but beneath that, I could hear something else, footsteps. Deliberate, slow, circling the cabin. Pauses. Then more footsteps. I was certain now that we weren't just being hunted. We were being toyed with. The figure pulled something from their pocket, a small flashlight, its beam weak but steady. They shone it toward the window. Outside, through the sheets of rain, I saw a face. Pale, wet, eyes fixed on us like a predator. I swallowed hard, heart hammering. The face vanished as quickly as it appeared. The footsteps resumed, soft now, almost teasing. "We have to move," I said. No, the figure's gaze locked with mine. "If they catch us outside, it's over. We have to wait for a chance." I wanted to argue, but the truth was undeniable. The cabin was a shrinking island surrounded by water and danger. The storm was a curtain hiding something worse than nature's wrath. The water at our feet had risen to the door's base, cold and unyielding. I could feel it seeping under the cracks. The air smelled sharper now, like wet earth and rust. My skin prickled. Suddenly, the floor beneath us groaned a deep, unsettling sound like the cabin itself was protesting. Dust rained from the ceiling, the plaster cracked wider. The figure reached out, grabbing my arm. "We don't have much time." I nodded, swallowing past the lump in my throat. Then, a sound I wasn't ready for, soft, muffled, coming from beneath the floorboards. A voice, faint and broken. "Help, please." My breath caught. The figure's eyes widened. "You heard it too." The idea that someone else might be trapped in this collapsing, flooded nightmare twisted the item in my chest. Another person, desperately trying not to drown or be found. "Can we get to them?" I asked. But the water was rising fast, and the floor was groaning like it might give way any second. The door slammed again, harder this time, splinters flying. "No," the figure said, voice low. "First, we have to survive. Then we help." I nodded, but my mind was racing. The storm, the strangers outside, the trapped voices beneath us, this wasn't just survival anymore. It was a test of everything I thought I could handle. The flashlight flickered. Darkness crept in, swallowing the room like a tide. And then, from the shadows beyond the door, a voice. Clear, chilling, and filled with something worse than rage. "You shouldn't be here." Silence. Complete silence. The silence stretched so long that it almost became a sound itself, thick, heavy, pressing against my ears. I glanced over at the figure beside me. Their eyes were wide, scanning the shadows outside the door as if expecting it to burst open at any second. I could taste the stale dampness in the air, cold and heavy with silence, like the cabin itself was breathing its last before the flood swallowed it whole. The flashlight flickered again, sputtering weakly before going out, draping us in complete darkness. I swallowed hard, feeling the cold sweat collect at the back of my neck. "We need to move," I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady, though it cracked. "If they're out there, sitting in the shadows, waiting," I didn't finish the thought. No point in imagining what might happen. The figure nodded, pulling me toward the far side of the room where the water was still only ankle deep. Somewhere below us, the faint voice was still calling out, desperate and broken. "Help, please." It was a thread of sound that kept pulling at me, twisting the knot of dread tighter. I wanted to ignore it, to focus on getting out, but that voice wouldn't let me. The floor groaned again, louder this time, like the whole cabin was about to break apart. I shifted my weight carefully, stepping around loose boards and puddles that smelled like wet earth and something fouler I couldn't place. The figure's hand brushed mine, quick and sure. "We have to find another way," they said. "That voice, it's close. Underneath this place somewhere. Maybe in a cellar or a crawl space." A cellar. I hadn't seen one, but then again, I hadn't really looked. The cabin was older than I expected, with those creaking bones and the smell of rot that settled into the wood. I hated the thought of descending into the dark below, but leaving someone trapped sounded worse. "Okay," I agreed, trying to steady my breath. "But we have to be quick. The water's rising." We moved through the gloom, guided only by the occasional flash of lightning that lit the windows in sharp, cold bursts. Outside, the storm was relentless. The wind hammered the cabin's walls, rattling the shutters and sending leaves and branches skittering across the porch. The floodwaters had crept up, now swirling in muddy eddies just beyond the threshold, inching closer every minute. I could hear the faint plop of something small, falling into the water outside. Then another. Then a soft splash, like footsteps careful not to make a sound. I stopped, heart pounding. "Did you hear that?" The figure nodded, eyes narrowing. "We're not alone." For a moment, the world contracted to just us and that sound, soft, deliberate, like someone pacing, waiting, watching. It was impossible to tell how many people there were. Could be one. Could be more. I didn't want to know. We found the cellar hatch hidden under a worn rug near the back of the cabin. It was stiff, swollen with water damage, but the figure pried it open. A cold rush of stale air hit us, mixed with that same damp earthiness. The voice was louder here, more desperate, but muffled beneath thick boards. "Help, please." The words were ragged, a threadbare whisper that made my skin crawl. I looked down into the blackness. The first step was shaky, then the next, until I was carefully descending into the unknown. The cellar was cramped, the walls slick with moisture. The beam from the flashlight flickered weakly as we moved deeper, revealing old crates and broken furniture stacked haphazardly. Somewhere in the gloom, the voice came again, more urgent now. "Over here," I called softly, trying not to sound too hopeful or scared. Then, I saw it, a hand, pale and trembling, pushing up from beneath a pile of soggy debris. The figure behind me breathed out sharply, and together we started clearing the mess, hands slick with mud and rot. It was a woman, young, maybe my age, with wide, terrified eyes that seemed to swallow the light. "Thank you," she gasped, voice cracking. I thought no one would find me." We helped her up, careful not to hurt her sore limbs. The floodwater was rising fast, making the cellar feel like a tomb. Outside, the storm's fury showed no sign of relenting. "Who else is out there?" I asked gently, but she shook her head. "Just him," she said, voice barely audible. "The man in the woods. He's been watching. Waiting for someone. I got lost, and he trapped me down here." Her eyes darted toward the hatch. "He's dangerous." That was the thread I'd felt tightening from the start, the presence lurking beyond the cabin, the voice on the door. Not ghosts or storms, but a person. Someone real and terrifying. "We have to get out," I said, urgency sharpening my voice. Back upstairs, the cabin creaked ominously. The floodwater had almost reached the floorboards, seeping in slow but steady. The figure and I helped the woman to the window, breaking the latch and squeezing through into the cold, lashing rain. Outside, the woods were a blur of shadows and movement, the wind tearing at my jacket and biting into my skin. The muddy ground was slick and treacherous, but we moved together, driven by the knowledge that staying meant certain death. I glanced back once. The cabin stood like a battered relic, half submerged, the broken door hanging open as if inviting whatever waited inside. We didn't stop running until the trees thinned and the road appeared, flooded and deserted. My phone still dead, no signal, but somewhere down the road, a faint light flickered, maybe a house, maybe a rescue. We were soaked, shivering, and exhausted, but alive. Later, in the warmth of a stranger's kitchen, wrapped in dry blankets and sipping weak tea, I thought about everything that had happened. The storm hadn't been the only threat. The real danger was human, waiting in the dark, preying on fear and isolation. I didn't know who he was, or why he'd chosen that cabin. But the woman beside me, trembling as she recounted her ordeal, made it clear, some horrors don't need thunder or lightning to be real. As dawn crept through the window, soft and pale, I realized how much had changed inside me. There was a new wariness now, a sharper edge to my senses. The woods, the storm, the cabin, they were part of me now, etched deep beneath my skin. And though the storm had passed, the echoes remained. Questions without answers. Shadows that refused to fade. I didn't know if I would ever feel truly safe again. But I knew this, I wouldn't be silent. Not anymore. Story 2, Motel 312, the floor that doesn't exist. The road out here was quieter than I expected, quieter than any place I'd stayed before. I got out and stretched, the stiffness in my back making a protest. The air was cooler than I'd anticipated, a sharp contrast to the heat I'd left behind in the city. The motel looked like it hadn't changed much since the 70s, faded pastel paint peeling around the edges, windows with thin curtains that fluttered in the evening breeze. A neon sign buzzed sporadically, sputtering out the word vacancy in uneven red letters. Inside the lobby, the smell was stronger, musty carpet mixed with an undercurrent of pine cleaner, like someone had tried to scrub away decades of neglect. The receptionist was a woman in her late 60s, with sharp eyes that didn't smile much but weren't unkind either. Her name tag said Maggie. She wore a faded floral blouse and had a steady, measured voice. "Room for one night?" she asked without looking up from the ledger. Yeah, I said, shoving my jacket onto the counter. Just passing through. She nodded, then handed me a key card. 3rd floor, 312. Elevator's out, so take the stairs. She glanced toward a narrow staircase behind the lobby. I took the card and looked at it. Plain white plastic with the number embossed faintly in black. Everything seemed normal. I asked for a floor plan, hoping to get a sense of the layout. She hesitated, then pulled a wrinkled map from beneath the counter, sliding it across. The plan was simple. 3 floors, rectangular building, rooms numbered from 301 to 320 on the 3rd floor. I traced the route with my finger. 312 was near the back, next to the stairwell. Nothing unusual. The halls on the plan were straight lines, no odd turns or dead ends. Upstairs, the air, cold and heavy with silence, was cooler and smelled faintly of mildew. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting a sickly yellow glow. The carpet was threadbare, and I could hear the distant hum of an old air conditioner ticking on and off somewhere down the hall. I pressed the keycard to the door lock, and it clicked open. Inside the room, the walls were pale beige, textured like rough plaster, and the single window looked out onto the parking lot, where a few cars sat scattered and motionless. I dropped my bag on the bed and sat down, the mattress springs creaking under me. The thermostat was set to a chilly 20 degrees Celsius, but the heater didn't seem to respond when I fiddled with the dial. I was tired, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Just a nagging sense, like the room was watching me, or maybe it was just the silence. Silence. Complete silence. No TVs blaring from other rooms, no voices drifting through the thin walls, just the occasional creak of the building settling. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. This was one of those places that prided itself on being off the grid. I sighed and settled onto the bed, flipping through the channels on the dusty TV. Static. Then a faintly distorted news broadcast from a local station I'd never heard of. The anchor's voice was monotone, the images grainy. I turned it off. That's when the door slid open without a sound. I sat upright, heart quickening, but it was just a cleaning lady, a woman in a faded uniform with a cart. She paused, looked at me with tired eyes, then muttered, "Sorry, wrong room." I blinked. "It's 312. She glanced at the card in my hand. "That's what you were given?" "Yeah." She nodded slowly, pushing her cart back down the hall. I heard her door close 2 rooms down. I shrugged it off, but a small unease crept in. Maybe she'd just been distracted. Or tired. Later, after I'd unpacked a bit, the phone by the bedside rang. I froze. I hadn't touched it, and the earlier silence made the sudden noise jarring. I picked it up. "Hello?" My voice sounded thin in the empty room. Silence. Then a click. The line went dead. I frowned and set the phone down. Trying to shake the weirdness, I decided to explore the floor a bit. The hallway stretched in both directions, dimly lit, walls painted the same beige as my room. The carpet muffled my footsteps. I passed room numbers in order, just as the plan suggested. 310, 311, 312, the door to my room, and then a door numbered 313 appeared. That was odd. The floor plan Maggie gave me ended at 320, but 313 shouldn't be there. At least, it wasn't marked on the map. Curious, I pressed my ear to the door. Nothing. No sounds. I tried the handle. It was locked. I moved on, but the feeling stuck with me. A door that wasn't supposed to exist. At the far end of the hall, I found another door, this one marked 318. That was on the plan. But the hallway beyond it curved strangely, as if the building had been squeezed in some places and stretched in others. I turned back, trying to find the stairs. But the corridor didn't look like I remembered. The walls seemed closer, the lighting dimmer. I stopped. Taking a deep breath, I pulled out the floor plan again and compared it to what I saw. The map showed a straight hallway, this one twisted and turned in ways that didn't make sense. I wasn't sure if I was imagining it or if the building was playing tricks on me. I decided to head back to my room, but as I retraced my steps, I noticed something else. Another key card had been slipped under my door. I picked it up with a frown. It was identical to the one I'd been given, but the number was 317. I flipped the card over. No markings, no names, just the number. I didn't know what to make of it. I slipped the card into my wallet and tried to ignore the tightness in my chest. Back in the room, I sat on the bed and stared at the door, listening. The building creaked again, a low groan that sounded almost like a sigh. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe the isolation was getting to me. I told myself that. But then the phone rang again. I didn't answer. Instead, I stood and looked out the window into the darkening parking lot where the cars sat like silent sentinels. Somewhere out there, someone was watching. Or maybe I was just imagining things. I wasn't sure anymore. The phone stopped ringing. I sat back down on the bed, keycard 317 still resting in my palm. I flipped it over again, as if the plastic might suddenly reveal a secret. Nothing. No name, no logo, not even a scratch or smudge. Just the number. It was the same size and shape as the card for my own room, but it didn't correspond to anything I'd seen. I thought about heading back to the lobby, maybe asking again about the floor plans, but the idea felt like walking into a trap. I wasn't sure if the clerk was in on whatever was happening here, or if I was just making too much of nothing. That thought made me restless, so I grabbed my jacket and slipped the card into my pocket. The hallway outside was colder than my room, the air thin and stale. The overhead lights flickered erratically, casting shifting shadows along the peeling wallpaper. I noticed something new, a faint smell lingering in the corridor, like burnt coffee mixed with something metallic. It made my stomach twist. I walked toward the elevator, my boots clicking on the worn linoleum. The panel showed only 3 floors, but the card read 317. No third floor, no room 317. How could that be? I pressed the button, and the elevator shuddered before the doors slid open with a reluctant groan. Inside, the dim bulb buzzed overhead. I slid the card through the reader just out of curiosity. The light blinked green, and the doors closed. The elevator moved, but instead of stopping on any numbered floor, the lights inside flickered faster, and the air grew inexplicably colder. The hum changed pitch, almost like a warning. Then the elevator jolted to a halt. The doors opened to a dim hallway I had never seen before. It stretched in both directions, a narrow corridor lined with identical doors, all labeled in faded brass numbers, 301, 302, 303, all the way up to 320. Room 317 was right there. My breath caught. The walls felt closer here, the air thicker, almost suffocating. The carpet was threadbare, worn down to a dull gray, but the smell was different, an odd mix of damp wood and something rotting just out of sight. I stepped out, my footsteps muffled. The silence was absolute. I tried the door to 317. It was unlocked. The handle cold and sticky under my fingers. I pushed it open slowly. The room was small, almost bare, with a single bed, a rickety chair, and a nightstand with a flickering lamp. The window was covered with a heavy curtain, blocking any hint of outside light. I stepped inside, heart pounding. The air smelled like mildew and old paper. On the nightstand, a notebook lay open, its pages yellowed and curled. I bent over and read the first line, day 43. Subject unaware. Observation continues. My hands trembled. Someone was watching me. Not just me, but others too. The notebook was filled with entries, notes about movements, times, reactions. Names, dates, detailed observations. It wasn't a guest book. It was a log. A sudden noise made me freeze, a soft scraping sound coming from the far corner of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. I turned slowly. Nothing. Just shadows. I closed the door and leaned against it, trying to steady my breathing. What was this place? Why had I been given the card to a room that didn't exist on the official floor plan? And who was keeping this log? I decided I needed to find the lobby manager, or maybe the owner, and get some answers. But as I turned back toward the elevator, the hallway outside the door wasn't the same. The layout had shifted. The corridor I had entered from was gone, replaced by a dead end lined with peeling wallpaper and a single, grimy window looking out onto a brick wall. Panic fluttered in my chest. I pulled out the key card and swiped it again. Nothing. The elevator was gone. No sign of it anywhere in the hall. I tried the doors on either side, but most were locked tight. A few opened to empty rooms, all identical and featureless. The silence pressed against my eardrums. I started walking, turning corners, retracing steps, but every turn brought me to the same dead end or a new hallway that didn't match any map I'd seen. The building was shifting, rearranging itself. I wasn't just lost, I was trapped. I stopped, pressing my back against the cold wall. My fingers dug into the rough plaster. The notebook's words echoed in my mind. Observation continues. Subject unaware. I wasn't a guest here. I was a subject. The weight of it settled over me like a lead blanket. Who was doing this? Why? And was anyone else trapped in this maze? The silence broke again, this time with the unmistakable sound of footsteps, soft, measured, deliberate, coming from somewhere behind me. I spun around, eyes straining in the dim light. No one. Hello? My voice cracked. Is someone there? The footsteps stopped. The silence stretched. Then a voice, low and calm, barely a whisper, "You shouldn't be here." I froze. The voice was close, just beyond the wall. I strained to pinpoint it, but it was impossible. I swallowed hard. "Look, I don't know what this is, but I want out." No reply. A cold draft brushed my neck. The door to room 317 suddenly clicked open behind me. I turned slowly. The hallway beyond was now lit, a harsh, fluorescent light flickering overhead, casting long shadows. I stepped inside, heart hammering. The notebook was gone from the nightstand. The door shut behind me with a soft thud. I was alone. Or so I thought. I pressed my ear to the door, listening. The footsteps started again, fading into the distance. Somewhere deep inside this twisting labyrinth of halls and rooms, someone was watching, waiting. And I realized that the key wasn't just to a door. It was a key to a game I hadn't agreed to play, and the rules were still being written. The door clicked shut behind me, and the sound thudded through the small space like a judge's gavel sealing a verdict. I pressed my back against the door, steadying my breath. The footsteps I'd heard before, slow, deliberate, had faded into silence, but I was no longer naive enough to believe I was alone. Someone was here, watching. Not just watching, though. They were controlling this. The walls didn't feel solid anymore. They seemed pliable, like the hall outside had shifted, folding inward to trap me in this room, this moment. I wasn't just caught in a hotel. I was inside something much bigger, much darker. I took a step forward, then another. The air smelled stale but metallic, like old plumbing mixed with a hint of burnt coffee. I ran my hand along the rough plaster of the wall, feeling every bump and crack, trying to memorize this place. The texture was real, undeniable. Not a trick. Not a hallucination. The key card for room 317 was now tucked inside my jacket pocket. I pulled it out, the plastic cool and smooth between my fingers. I flipped it over. The number was embossed faintly on one side, 317. But the card also had a tiny barcode on the back. I frowned. That was new. None of the earlier cards had barcodes. The first one, the second one, the strange one labeled 419, and now this? It was like someone was layering codes, building a system I didn't understand. A low hum began again, this time louder, vibrating through the floor. The room seemed to pulse faintly with it. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, eyes darting to the door. If I tried to open it, would it budge? Or had it been locked for good, trapping me inside? I tested the handle gently. It moved. The door swung open with a slow creak, revealing the hallway beyond. But it wasn't the hallway I remembered. This one was narrower. The paint was fresher, almost new, but the fluorescent lights overhead stuttered and buzzed like old neon signs about to die. The carpet was a different pattern, stripes instead of the dull brown I'd seen before. My stomach twisted. The place was changing while I wasn't looking. I stepped out cautiously, keeping close to the wall. The silence pressed in thick and heavy, the kind that makes your ears ring. Somewhere, faintly, a television murmured static in the distance. The smell shifted again, now it was a mix of cleaning chemicals and unwashed linens. It was the smell of a place trying too hard to be spotless, but failing. I pulled my phone from my pocket. No signal. Nothing but the cold, dead glow of the screen. The battery was dangerously low. I couldn't call anyone. No one would answer anyway. Nobody knew where I was. I tried to find room 317 again. The hallway stretched endlessly in both directions, but the numbers didn't follow any recognizable sequence. I passed 315, then 316, then a door labeled 420. Number 317. Number 318. The numbers jumped and looped back on themselves. It was a maze. I stopped in front of a door marked 419. My heart skipped when I saw the key card for 419 in my pocket. I slid it into the reader. The light turned green. The door clicked open. Inside was a small, windowless office. A desk cluttered with papers, a dusty computer monitor frozen on a lock-in screen, and a landline phone with the receiver off the hook, cord tangled like a snake. A faint buzzing from the fluorescent lights overhead. The air was stale, and the carpet smelled faintly of mildew. I stepped inside, closing the door behind me. The sound was muffled, isolated. I picked up the handset and put it to my ear. Dead silence. Then, a voice. Soft. Mechanical. You're deeper now. I dropped the phone, startled. It hit the desk with a dull thunk. My pulse raced. What is this place? I whispered. The voice came again, this time a little closer, but still disembodied, like a recording played through a faulty speaker. You can't leave. Not anymore. I ran my fingers through my hair, trying to steady the rising panic. The wall seemed to close in. I was no longer a guest. I was a subject. Suddenly, the computer screen flickered. Letters appeared, typing themselves out in uneven strokes. Welcome back. A chill ran through me. How did it know I was here? How did it know my name? I pressed the power button. The screen went dark. Footsteps. Close. Behind the wall. I turned sharply, heart hammering. Show yourself, I said, voice barely steady. No reply. Only the footsteps receded, fading into the distance again. I sank into the chair, trying to think. This wasn't random. It was orchestrated. Someone was watching every move. Every step I took. I remembered the receptionist's words from earlier, the vague warnings masked as pleasantries. About missing guests, about special arrangements for long-term stays. I thought it was just bad management. Now I wasn't so sure. I pulled out the notebook I'd found earlier, the one they'd taken from 317. It was back in my bag, somehow returned. I flipped through the pages quickly. Scribbled notes, names crossed out, dates, cryptic phrases like observation complete they muttered, and subject uncooperative. A loose photo slipped from between the pages. It was a grainy black and white shot of the motel lobby, empty except for a figure standing near the front desk. The figure's face was blurred but familiar. It looked like me. I dropped the photo, stomach twisting. If this was a game, I was already losing. If it was a test, I'd failed the moment I checked in. I stood, pacing, breathing shallow. The walls shifted again. The door to the office was no longer where I'd entered. Instead, a narrow corridor stretched out, twisting left and right, like veins in a living thing. I had no idea where it led. No idea if it led out. Then, the elevator dinged behind me. The doors slid open with a slow, mechanical groan. Inside, a flickering light revealed a panel, no buttons. Just a small screen flashing a message. Exit restricted. The elevator doors began to close. I lunged forward, pressing my palm against the glass, but it was too late. The doors sealed shut with a solid thump. Trapped. I slid down against the wall, breath catching in my throat, mind racing. There was no turning back now. Not in this place. Somewhere, a voice whispered from the shadows, barely audible. Welcome to the last stop. The elevator didn't move. My fingers traced the cold glass of the door, the chill biting through my skin. The photo had slipped from my hand, landing face up on the grimy floor beneath me. That image of me, or someone like me, was a puzzle piece I couldn't place. I swallowed hard, the stale, recycled air thick in my lungs. A faint rattling echoed somewhere above, or maybe below. I couldn't tell. The building felt alive, but not with anything human. It was a behemoth of shifting walls and false corridors, like a labyrinth designed to trap, isolate, and watch. And me? I was the rat. I pressed my forehead against the glass, breath fogging the surface. The elevator's light flickered, once, twice, then plunged into darkness. The emergency light kicked on, a pale red glow that cast long shadows, making the walls seem closer, tighter. Welcome to the last stop, the voice whispered again. Closer this time. No longer just a breath in the dark, but something deliberate, watching. My throat tightened. Not with fear exactly. Something colder. The kind of dread that crawls up your spine when you realize you're not alone and the other isn't human, but worse. Human enough. I flattened my palm on the glass, hoping for a weak spot, a seam, a crack. Nothing. The elevator's metal walls were seamless, unyielding. My eyes darted to the tiny speaker embedded near the control panel. "Who's there?" My voice cracked like dry twigs. Silence. I pulled back, sliding down until my back hit the wall. The photo still stared up at me. I reached for it, fingers trembling. The paper was rough and cold. The image was grainy, a black and white snapshot of someone standing at the motel's entrance. The face was blurred, but that outlined my hair, my build was unmistakable. Why was it here? How did they know me? A sudden creak from above snapped me upright. The elevator shuddered slightly, like a breath held too long. I pressed my ear to the door. Footsteps. Slow. Measured. Somewhere outside the elevator shaft. I could hear the faint scrape of shoes against concrete and the dull tap of a cane or maybe a metal rod. I couldn't tell. "Hey," I called out, voice steadier than I expected. "If you're out there, I'm not looking for trouble. Just let me out." No answer. Only that slow, deliberate step moving away. I waited, counting seconds that stretched into minutes. The walls behind me seemed to pulse in the weak red light, the texture of the metal rougher than I remembered. Something shifted again, soft, like the groan of steel bending. My stomach knotted. I wasn't imagining it. The elevator jolted. Lights surged back on, harsh fluorescent bulbs revealing the empty shaft. The doors slid open with a reluctant hiss. I blinked against the sudden brightness. The hallway was different. It shouldn't have been. I'd stood here before. But the layout was wrong. The walls were closer, the ceiling lower. The ceiling tiles were stained with water damage, peeling like old skin. The carpet, once a dull blue, was now a faded, sickly yellow, frayed at the edges. I stepped out cautiously, fingertips grazing the wall's rough plaster. The air smelled of mildew and something metallic like rusted pipes leaking into the ventilation. I pulled the photo from my pocket and held it up. The door at the far end of the hall in the picture, there was no door there now. Instead, a blank wall, its surface cracked and flaking. I swallowed hard. The motel was changing around me. Shifting. I tried the doors on either side. Room 213. Empty. The door creaked open on rusty hinges. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of damp carpet and stale cigarette smoke. A single bed sagged in the corner, sheets rumpled and yellowed. No sign of anyone. Room 217. Same story. My hand lingered on the doorknob, the metal cold and sticky with grime. I backed into the hallway, heart hammering against my rib cage. The walls behind me seemed to lean in, as if trying to close the space. Something caught my eye, a flicker of movement at the end of the hall. I squinted, trying to focus. A figure stood just beyond the corner, half hidden in shadow. Tall. Thin. Motionless. I blinked. The figure was gone. "Hello?" My voice was barely a whisper. No reply. Just the distant hum of the ventilation system and the faint, rhythmic tapping again, like footsteps echoing down a long corridor. I turned and hurried back toward the elevator shaft, hoping to find another way out. The hall stretched endlessly, twisting left and right, but no matter how I walked, I ended up back where I started. The door that was there moments ago was now gone, replaced by an unbroken wall. I stopped, my breath ragged. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in a slow, torturous rhythm. The floor beneath my feet felt uneven, like the building itself was warping. I pressed my hands against the plaster, feeling the rough texture bite into my skin. My fingers traced the cracks, the faded paint, the tiny holes where nails had been pulled out. I wasn't just lost. I was trapped and watched. I thought back to the key cards, the ones that didn't match any rooms on the plans. They weren't mistakes. They were invitations. Or warnings. I slid down to the floor, head between my knees. The photo was still in my hand, a cruel reminder of how deep this went. The tapping grew louder. Closer. I looked up. The shadowy figure was back, standing at the far end of the hall. This time I could see the outline more clearly, a man, slender, wearing a long coat that brushed the floor. His face was hidden in shadow, but I could feel his eyes on me. I scrambled to my feet, heart racing. The wall shifted again, closing the distance between us. The ceiling dropped lower, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows flickered until the hallway was half dark. I took off running, footsteps pounding on cracked tile, breath burning in my throat. I rounded a corner and slammed into a heavy door. It was locked. My fingers searched the handle, desperate. The tapping echoed behind me, slower now, deliberate. Waiting. I pressed my ear to the door, listening. No sound but my own ragged breathing. Then, the door creaked open. I stumbled inside a narrow room, bare except for a single chair. The air was stale, thick with dust. I slammed the door shut and pressed my back against it, sliding to the floor. My hand shook so hard I could barely hold the photo. The tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a whisper from the cracks beneath the door. You can't hide. I swallowed the lump rising in my throat. The game wasn't over. Not by a long shot. I had no idea what they wanted or why I was here. I woke to the faint hum of the motel's old air conditioner sputtering somewhere down the hall. The room was stale, the thin curtains pressed tight against the window, shutting out the overcast afternoon light. I lay still, listening. The sound wasn't quite steady, like it was struggling against something. A slow, rhythmic pulse beneath the mechanical drone, my heartbeat? No, something else. The key card was on the nightstand, where I'd left it. But it wasn't for my room. Never for my room. It was another one, like the others, 417, 623, 209B. Rooms that didn't exist. I touched it, the smooth plastic cool under my finger. I didn't want to know what was behind those doors, but I did. I had to. After a moment, I got up, the floor cold beneath my bare feet. The motel smelled of damp carpet and cheap disinfectant, but beneath that was something else, cigarette smoke, stale and bitter. I wrapped a thin robe around my shoulders and stepped out. The hallway was oddly quiet. No distant television, no other guests chattering or the clatter of luggage wheels. Just the soft, persistent hum of that air conditioner and, somewhere far off, the faint bark of a dog. I glanced down. The floor plan was nailed to the wall beside the elevator, but it didn't match what I saw. The corridors twisted in ways that made no sense. I could swear I'd come from the opposite direction. I tried the card in the door labeled 417. The light flickered green. The door clicked open. Inside, the room was empty, sterile, but for a single chair facing the window. The glass was smudged, the view obscured by thick fog curling around the building's foundation. I sat down, the chair's plastic back cold against my spine. The room was quiet. Too quiet. No hum of the air conditioner, no distant voices. Just silence. Complete silence. Then I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Not my own. My pulse picked up. I stood abruptly, scanning the room. The door was still slightly ajar. Outside, the hallway stretched empty and dimly lit. I stepped out, keycard clenched in my hand. My breath came shallow and fast. I couldn't tell if the footsteps were real or just echoes in my mind. I moved down the hall, counting doors, trying to find the elevator or stairwell. Nothing matched the plan. Colors shifted, the walls seemed to lean in. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering. I stopped at a mirrored panel. My reflection was there, but something was off. The eyes looked tired, haunted. I touched my face. Sweaty, clammy. I blinked. The reflection didn't quite match my movements. A trick of the light? A symptom of exhaustion? I wasn't sure. I decided I needed to get off this floor, to find the lobby, the exit. The key cards had been a puzzle, yes, but now they felt like traps. Little invitations to nowhere. I tried the elevator. The doors opened silently, the interior dim. I pressed the lobby button. The panel lit up, but nothing happened. No hum, no movement. I slammed the button again. The door stayed open. A dry laugh escaped me, bitter, hollow. I took the stairs. The metal steps creaked beneath my weight. The stairwell smelled of rust and old paint. I expected to find the lobby at the bottom, but when I reached the ground floor, I was back on the same hallway. The same dull beige walls and flickering lights. I walked, then ran, then stopped. The corridors were shifting again. The motel had become a maze, designed to keep me inside. I could feel it in my bones. And then I saw her. She was standing at the end of the corridor, a woman in a dark jacket and faded jeans. Her hair was pulled back, her face pale in the harsh light. She looked just as lost as I felt. "Hey," I called, voice cracking. "Do you know what's going on here?" She looked at me, eyes wide and tired. "You too?" I nodded, stepping closer. "Have you tried to leave?" She shook her head. "I think they want us here. They watch everything. Every move." The weight of her words settled over me like a stone. I hadn't been crazy, this was deliberate. Someone was watching, controlling, isolating us. But why? Who? I asked. She shrugged. "I don't know. But I've been trying to find a way out for days. Every exit I try leads me right back here." We shared a look, the same mix of frustration and fear. The motel had been a trap for both of us. We moved together, trying doors, searching for clues. The air grew colder, the fluorescent lights flickering more erratically. The walls seemed to pulse, the carpet rough against my bare feet. At one point, she stopped. "Listen." I held my breath. There it was. The faint sound of voices. Low, murmuring, coming from behind a door marked office. We approached cautiously. The door was unlocked. Inside, two men in suits sat across from each other at a cluttered desk. Papers, maps, and a bank of security monitors showing various hallways and rooms. One looked up, noticing us. "You shouldn't be here," he said calmly, voice steady but firm. The other man stood, a slight smile tugging at his lips. "We've been watching you. All of you." I swallowed hard. "Why? What is this place?" The first man leaned forward. "It's an experiment. Part observation, part control. We keep people here, monitor their reactions." I could feel my stomach turn. That's kidnapping." He shrugged. "We call it containment." for their own safety and ours. The woman beside me spoke up, voice trembling. "You can't keep us here." The second man's smile faded. "We don't keep anyone here against their will, not exactly. But the layout is designed to prevent escape. The key cards, the shifting hallways, they're all part of the system." I looked at the monitors, watching myself pacing the hallways, confusion etched across my face. The men had been observing us like lab rats, their faces unchanging, detached. I met the woman's eyes. We were prisoners, controlled, watched. But now we knew. The first man gestured toward a side door. "We're willing to let you leave. On one condition." I waited. "You'll forget this place. Everything you experienced here. Forget the key cards, the rooms, the shifting halls." The woman laughed, bitter and sharp. "You want us to walk away, knowing nothing, after all this?" He nodded. "It's the only way. Otherwise, the cycle continues." I looked at her, then at the men. I thought about the maze, the isolation, the fear that had gripped me since I arrived. The strange key cards, the corridors that twisted like snakes, the endless watching. Story 3, deleted but not gone, the haunting digital doppelganger. I deleted my social media accounts on a Tuesday afternoon, which, in hindsight, was probably the worst day to do it. I remember the exact moment I hit delete for the final account, my Instagram, the one where I posted pictures of my dog, lazy Sunday mornings, and the occasional bad selfie. The app blinked off my screen, leaving me with a strange emptiness that felt both liberating and unsettling. I told myself it was for the best. That the constant noise, the endless parade of other people's lives, was suffocating. That I needed to reclaim some space for myself. But that night, something shifted. At first, it was nothing more than a flicker of unease. I was lying in bed, the sheets tangled around my legs, the usual hum of the city outside my window sounding distant and muted. My phone buzzed. I glanced at it, confused. There it was, a notification from a social media app one no longer had. I froze. The light from the screen was harsh against the dark. The message preview read, "Hey, haven't seen you around." I stared at it, the blood draining from my face. I didn't respond. I couldn't. Who would have sent a message to an account I just deleted? I tapped the screen, expecting it to vanish, but it stayed. The username was familiar, my full name, spelled exactly the way I had it before. The profile picture was a photo I'd taken last summer, the one of me squinting into the sun with the beach behind, something I'd never shared online. My hands trembled. I set the phone down, the cold plastic biting into my palm. The silence in the room grew heavier, the muffled sounds of traffic like a distant lullaby that I couldn't quite relax to. I told myself it was a glitch. A weird bug. But the next morning, when I checked my email, there was a message from an address I didn't recognize. It was short, just a line, "You can't erase me." I didn't tell anyone. Not at first. I wasn't sure if I was losing my mind or if this was some cruel joke. I kept my phone off for hours, pacing my apartment, the worn hardwood cold beneath my feet. The smell of old books and takeout lingered in the air. I tried to focus on the small things, the way the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows hit the chipped paint on the windowsill, the faint creak of the radiator. But my eyes kept darting back to the phone, lying there like a trap. By afternoon, I had to check again. The profile was still there, active, and worse, it was interacting with my friends. I saw comments, messages, things I had never written but sounded exactly like me, down to the peculiar way I misspelled certain words or used ellipses, except here, there were none. It was like watching a mirror crack and distort, showing a version of myself I didn't recognize. I called my friend Lisa. Hey, did you see anything weird on on that profile? I tried to sound casual. There was a pause. Then, yeah. It messaged me last night, said some stuff about you quitting social media. I thought it was you. I swallowed hard. It wasn't me. Really? It seemed pretty on point. Creepy, honestly. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Later, I sat by the window, the city's gray light draining from the sky, turning the clouds of bruised purple. The air smelled faintly of rain and something else, maybe the exhaust from the buses below, or just the city settling into night. I remembered the small details from the messages, things I'd told Lisa in confidence, memories I'd never shared publicly, the time I dropped my phone in the lake on that camping trip, the argument I had with my sister over dinner last Christmas. The profile knew all of it. How? It wasn't just about knowing me. It was about knowing the people around me, too. The profile had messaged my coworkers, my old college friends, even people I hadn't spoken to in years. It was building a web, threading itself into my life with a cold, meticulous care. I tried to block the account, but it reappeared under a different name, still me, still using those private memories. Every attempt to stop it only made it more persistent. That night, the apartment felt colder. The shadows in the corners deeper. I kept the lights on, but they flickered, casting long, jittery shapes against the walls. My phone buzzed again. The message was simple. Stop trying. It's too late. I pressed my forehead against the cool window glass, watching the rain begin to fall in thin sheets, blurring the world outside. The city seemed endless, indifferent. And I realized, somewhere deep in the quiet, that this wasn't going to be over anytime soon. Not unless I figured out who was behind it and why. But how do you fight a ghost that looks exactly like you? The line between friend and foe had already begun to dissolve, and every shadow felt like a trap. I swallowed hard, the taste of fear sharp on my tongue, but beneath it, a stubborn ember of resolve flickered. There was no turning back. If they wanted a war, I'd give them one, but first, I needed a name, a face, something real to hold onto in this nightmare. The rain hammered harder, narrowing the storm inside me as I typed a single word into the search bar, Resonant. The rain was relentless, drumming against the window pane in a steady, hypnotic rhythm as I sat on the edge of my bed, laptop open but untouched. I closed the laptop and ran a hand through my hair, the damp strands sticking to my fingers. There was no turning back, no safe corner to hide in. Whoever this was, they knew me better than I knew myself. The memories they shared, the way they answered my friends, too precise to be coincidence. And yet, their face was nowhere to be found. No profile picture, no real name, only the word Revenant. Ghost. A revenant, someone returned from the dead. I told myself it was nothing supernatural. Just some person, or maybe a group, with too much time and access to my digital life before I deleted it all. But that made it worse, didn't it? Someone out there had been watching me, gathering pieces of my past, then weaponizing them. The idea made my stomach churn, a sour, twisting knot. I needed to know more. I had to find a way to pin down this revenant. The next morning, the rain had eased to a dull drizzle, but the city still smelled of wet asphalt and cold concrete. I brewed a strong cup of coffee in the kitchen, the bitter aroma filling the cramped space and waking my senses. My hands trembled slightly as I scrolled through my email, social media notifications long gone but messages from friends still flooding in. They were confused, worried about the strange posts from my account, the one I had deleted. I called Mark first. He was my closest friend since college, the one person who knew enough to be dangerous if this all went sideways. Mark, listen, it's serious. I said, voice low, cautious. What's going on? I saw those posts. Are you okay? No. Not exactly. Someone's pretending to be me online, sharing things I never posted. Talking to people I know. Threatening me. I'm trying to figure out who. There was a pause, his voice softer. That's creepy. Do you think it's someone you know? I don't know. But whoever it is, they made a profile with a name I don't recognize, Resonant. Like a ghost. Okay. What do you want me to do? Keep an eye out. If they contact you again, don't respond. Save everything. Screenshots, messages, anything. I swallowed hard. And be careful, Mark. This feels bigger than just some prank. He agreed, and we hung up. The line felt too quiet afterward, like I'd just dropped a stone into a deep well and waited for an answer that might never come. I spent the day piecing together every interaction this Revenant had with my contacts. My phone buzzed steadily, sometimes with new messages from this fake me, sometimes from friends forwarding posts or screenshots. Each one was a small stab, memories I never shared online, things I only told a handful of people in private. The betrayal stung sharp and immediate. I noticed patterns. The messages appeared mostly in the early morning hours, between 3 and 5 a.m., when most people were asleep. Whoever this was worked at night, feeding off the silence and shadows. It made me uneasy, imagining someone in a dark room, fingers flying over keys while the city slept. Around mid-afternoon, I forced myself to get out of the apartment. The air was cool, damp, and smelled faintly of earth and rain-soaked leaves. I walked to the nearby cafe, hoping the noise and movement would clear my head. The bell over the door jingled softly as I entered, the scent of roasted beans and warm pastries wrapping around me like a fragile shield. At a corner table, I pulled out my phone again. Mark had already started digging into the profile, sending me links and screenshots. There was a strange detail I hadn't noticed before. The fake account used the same profile picture I had years ago, one I'd never shared online. How did they get it? The photo showed me at a friend's wedding, smiling awkwardly in a faded blue suit, the light catching my eyes just right. The worst part was that nobody else had that image, not even Mark. I sipped the bitter coffee, fingers tracing the worn rim of the cup. A thought struck me suddenly. What if this wasn't just someone with access to my online life? What if it was someone close, someone who had been collecting these fragments for years, waiting for the right moment to weaponize them? My stomach froze. I pushed the thought away. No. Paranoia. That's all it was. But still, who else could explain this? I texted Sarah. We hadn't spoken in months, but she knew enough about my history to be useful. Hey, I wrote, hesitating before hitting send. Can we meet? It's important. Minutes later, my phone buzzed. Sure. Coffee? Same place? I nodded, even though she couldn't see it. When she arrived, the cafe seemed quieter somehow, the murmur of other customers fading into a dull hum. Sarah looked the same, sharp eyes, quick smile, but there was something guarded in her posture, like she expected bad news. I laid out everything, the messages, the fake account, the threats. She listened without interrupting, fingers tapping a steady rhythm against the table. This is serious, she said finally. But why threaten you? What could they want? I don't know. Maybe to ruin me. Or control me. Maybe just to scare me into silence. She frowned. Do you think it has anything to do with those old project files you lost last year? The ones from your previous job? My mind jolted to a memory I'd shoved deep down. The files had disappeared during a messy layoff, some confidential stuff I'd worked on for months. I never found out who took them or why. Maybe, I admitted. I hadn't thought of that. Sarah reached across the table, her hand briefly touching mine. We'll figure this out. Together. The warmth of her touch was a fragile anchor in the storm raging inside me. Later that night, back in my apartment, the lights flickered again once, twice, before settling into a dull, uneven glow. The hum of the city seeped through the cracked window, a distant siren wailing faintly beneath the rain's steady patter. I sat down to write an email to my former employer, the company where I'd lost those files, hoping to uncover some clue. My phone buzzed. The screen lit up with a new message from Resonant. I know where you live. The words hit me like a slap. My hands went cold, fingers trembling as I stared at the screen. The room seemed to close in, the shadows stretching longer, darker. I locked the door and checked the windows twice, heart hammering in my chest. No footsteps outside, no strange noises beyond the usual city sounds, but the threat hung in the air like a thick fog. I wanted to scream, to run, to disappear again. But I couldn't. Because if they knew where I lived, if they were this close, then the real nightmare had only just begun. The night hung heavy after that message. I know where you live. The words replayed in my mind like a broken record, each syllable sharpening the edges of my panic. The city outside continued its restless murmur, sirens, distant laughter, the occasional car rolling by, but inside my apartment, the silence was suffocating. I sat frozen on the threadbare couch, the cheap fabric rough against my skin. My fingers hovered over the phone, unwilling to unlock it again, but the buzzing started anew almost immediately. I gave in. The screen lit up with another message from Resonant. Not just where you live. Where you've been. Where you'll be. The words felt like an accusation, a warning, a promise. I shoved the phone onto the cushion beside me, my chest tightening. I hated that it had gotten this far. Deleting my accounts felt like burning my bridges, but this was something else. Something worse. The fact that it wasn't supernatural, wasn't a ghost or a hacker from some far-off place, made it more terrifying. Someone close enough to know everything, someone patient, methodical. Sarah's voice floated back to me. We'll figure this out. Together. But how? Together felt fragile, like a glass teetering on the edge of a counter. I didn't want to drag her into this mess. I didn't want to drag anyone into it. Yet, here I was, drowning in a flood of memories I never chose to share, being stalked by a voice that sounded like mine but wasn't. The phone buzzed again. Another message, but this time it was different, a photo. My breath caught. It was a snapshot of my apartment from across the street. The angle was unmistakable, the window light casting a faint glow onto the rain-soaked pavement. The timestamp? 20 minutes ago. Cold sweat prickled at the back of my neck. Someone had been watching me. Watching me right now. I locked the door again. Twice. Every lock, every bolt. The window blinds I'd left half open now slammed shut with a snap. The air smelled faintly of damp concrete and old coffee, comforting, in a way, but also a reminder of how ordinary my life used to be. Now, it was a cage. I tried to breathe, deep and slow, but my thoughts spiraled. The memories Resonant shared weren't random. They were precise, eerily detailed. The night I broke my arm skateboarding, the exact words Sarah whispered when I cried. How could someone know? How could someone fake me so perfectly? No. It wasn't fake. It was real. They had to be me, or someone who knew me better than I knew myself. The next morning came too soon, gray and dripping with rain. I woke with a start, the cold sweat still clinging to my skin. My phone was silent. For now. But silence was just the calm before the storm. I met Sarah at the cafe near my apartment. The place smelled of burnt espresso and cinnamon, the chatter around us a dull roar I barely noticed. She looked tired, eyes shadowed but steady. I told her everything, the messages, the photos, the threats. She listened, nodding slowly, her fingers wrapped around the chipped rim of her mug. "We need to find out who this Revenant really is," she said finally. "If it's someone who knows you, maybe we can trace the clues, friends, coworkers, anyone who might want to mess with you." Her optimism was a thin thread, but I grabbed it. We started combing through my recent contacts. The problem was, I cut off nearly everyone. The social media purge had been total. No digital breadcrumbs to follow. Then, Sarah's phone chimed. She glanced at it, her face tightening. "It's from your old account," she said. "Look." The message was chilling. "You can't hide forever." But what struck me wasn't the threat, it was the timestamp. Just an hour ago. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of dread. How was that possible? I deleted those accounts days ago. Sarah looked up sharply. "Do you think someone's got access to your devices? Maybe they've hacked into your phone or your email?" I swallowed hard. The idea made my stomach churn. My laptop sat in my bag, untouched since the night before. I pulled it out, fingers trembling as I powered it on. The screen flickered, the familiar startup chimes sounding like a death knell. Emails poured in. Password reset requests I never sent. Messages I never wrote. Someone was inside my digital life, puppeteering my identity with sick precision. "We're dealing with someone who's not just stalking you," Sarah said, voice low. "They're inside you. Your life. Your memories. Your friends." I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt rooted to the floor. A creeping realization settled over me. This wasn't going to stop. Not unless I let it. Not unless I played along. But how do you fight an enemy who knows your every move before you make it? Who can speak as you, laugh as you, even lie as you? The phone buzzed again. Another message from Revenant. "Stop looking. You're already in too deep." I showed Sarah. Her face paled. "This is a point of no return," she said quietly. "Once they've got this much control, there's no going back. No going back." The words echoed inside me. I'd burned the bridges. Deleted the accounts. Tried to erase myself from the digital world. But here I was, trapped between a ghost and a shadow, with no escape. I left the cafe with Sarah's cautious promise to help, but the city seemed different now, more hostile, more watchful. The rain had stopped, but the streets gleamed wet, reflecting neon signs that flickered like broken memories. Every stranger's glance felt loaded, every passing shadow a threat. Back at my apartment, I shut the door behind me and sank into the chair by the window. The hum of the city seeped in, relentless and indifferent. I knew one thing for certain, whoever this was, they weren't going to stop. Not unless I gave them what they wanted. But what did they want? The phone buzzed again. I didn't reach for it. Instead, I stared out into the night, the streetlights casting long, distorted shapes across the pavement. The flickering light above me sputtered once, twice, then died. Darkness settled like a weight. I was alone, and I was running out of options. The room was pitch black. I sank lower in the chair, the cold plastic digging into my back. The absence of light made the memories sharper, like they were etched into my skin. Sarah's cautious promise still echoed in my mind, but it sounded hollow, like a lifeline thrown to someone drowning in quicksand. She wanted to help, sure, but could she? Did she even understand what we were up against? I wasn't sure I did. The shadows stretched long across the cracked plaster walls. I could hear the faint drip of water from the leaky pipe in the bathroom. Every little noise felt magnified, like the room was listening. I imagined a pair of eyes watching me from the dark, waiting for me to slip up. To show fear. To make a mistake. I forced myself to stand, my legs shaky beneath me. The air was thick, stale, like the scent of forgotten things tucked away in old boxes. I crossed the room and fumbled blindly for the light switch. When the bulb finally sputtered back to life, the room seemed smaller, suffocating in its familiarity. I was trapped in my own life, in my own skin, but the worst part was knowing someone else had started erasing me from existence. I sat back down, pulling my knees to my chest. My hands trembled as I unlocked the phone, the screen lighting up with a new message from the fake profile, me. "I see you're still alive," it read. Alive. The word hit me like a slap. Of course, I was alive. But for how long? I stared at the message, willing the room to stop spinning. I was caught in a trap I didn't understand, tangled in a web spun by someone who knew me too well. I had to confront it. I needed answers. I typed back, fingers stiff, heart hammering. "Who are you? What do you want?" Seconds passed like hours. Then the reply came. "You already know. Or at least, you think you do." I swallowed hard. They were mocking me. The memories they'd shared before, the conversations they'd had with my friends, everything was proof that this wasn't just some random stalker. This was someone who had lived my life better than I had. A sound cracked through the silence, a knock at the door. Sharp. Deliberate. I froze. "No," I whispered. "Not now." The knock came again, louder this time, insistent. My throat tightened, dry and raw. Who could it be? Sarah? No, I would have heard her earlier. The police? I hadn't called them, and even if I did, would they believe me? The idea seemed absurd. I edged to the peephole and peered out. The hallway was empty, dimly lit by a flickering fluorescent bulb. No one there. But the knock came again, 3 quick raps. Low and deliberate. My breath caught in my chest. I closed the door, locking it twice. Back at the desk, the phone buzzed again. This time, the message was different. "Do you want to play a game?" The words glowed on the screen, mocking me. I stared at them, the cold sweat pooling at the small of my back. What game? What rules? And why me? I typed back a shaky reply. "I don't play games." The reply was immediate. "You have no choice." The phone slipped from my fingers, landing face down on the desk. My vision blurred. I clenched my jaw, trying to steady the rising panic. Then the lights flickered. The power blinked out, plunging me back into darkness. The silence was heavier now, oppressive. My ears strained in the void. Somewhere outside, a dog barked, distant and lonely. I sat frozen, waiting for the inevitable. Waiting for the phone to buzz again, for the next move in this twisted game to reveal itself. Minutes passed. Or maybe hours. Time had lost all meaning. Then, just as suddenly as it had gone, the power surged back. The light bulb flickered to life, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. My phone buzzed once more. Step outside. Midnight. Alone. I stared at the message, the words burning into my mind. Step outside. Alone. Midnight. A cold sweat broke over my skin. The city outside was a maze of neon and rain-slicked streets, but this felt different now, like the shadows were watching, waiting. I knew better than to trust anyone. Better than to trust myself. But I also knew I couldn't let this go on. Not if I wanted to reclaim my life. I grabbed my coat, the fabric rough and stiff against my skin. The apartment felt colder than ever, the walls closing in. I paused at the door, hand on the handle. The phone buzzed again, a final message waiting. Don't be late. The lock clicked behind me as I stepped into the night. The air was sharp, tasting faintly of rain and exhaust fumes. The street stretched out before me, a dark river of light and shadow. I didn't know what waited at midnight. I didn't know who was behind the screen, or what they wanted. But I had to face it. Because if I didn't, I would disappear completely. The city's heartbeat pulsed through the pavement beneath my feet, each step echoing with both dread and determination. Neon signs flickered overhead, casting fragmented colors onto the wet asphalt. Somewhere distant, a siren wailed an ominous soundtrack to the unknown path ahead. I pulled my coat tighter, bracing against the cold that wasn't just from the weather. Whatever awaited me in the shadows was a gamble I had no choice but to take. The night was a waiting predator, and I was its next move. I stepped into the damp street, the neon bus fading behind me like a dying heartbeat. I didn't know what I expected. A confrontation? An explanation? Maybe just silence. The city smelled of rain and exhaust, a bitter stew I had grown too accustomed to. My boots splashed through shallow puddles, each step louder than the last, echoing off the empty alley walls. Somewhere close, a dog barked, ragged and unsure. My breath came out in short clouds, mingling with the night. The place was a small cafe, closed now, its windows smeared with grime. I recognized it from the profile's last location tag. I paused outside, running a hand over the cold metal of the door handle. Nothing. No lights inside. No sign of anyone. The street was deserted except for the stray wind rattling a loose shutter nearby. I checked my phone again, half expecting it to buzz, to light up with another message. Nothing. The silence felt heavier, thicker. A knot tightened in my stomach. I glanced down the street, shadows pooling like ink. The city was watching, waiting. Then, a figure stepped out from the corner. Tall, lean, dressed in a dark hoodie pulled low over their face. My breath caught. I should have felt relief, finally, someone, but instead, the muscles in my neck tensed. I wanted to run, but my feet stayed frozen. You came, the voice said, low and calm, almost mocking. I swallowed hard. Who are you? What do you want? The figure shrugged, the motion slow, deliberate. I'm you. Or at least, a version you don't want anyone to meet. A cold laugh escaped me. That's impossible. Is it? The voice leaned in, the shadow of a smile audible. I've been inside your life longer than you think. Watching you. Talking to your friends. Sharing your memories. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, the air suddenly thick. You're lying. No, the figure pulled back, stepping into a dim pool of streetlight. Their eyes caught mine, familiar, too familiar. I have everything you deleted. Every secret you buried. Every moment you never shared. And if you try to stop me, I'll make sure the world knows. A shiver ran down my arms. My fists clenched. Why? What do you want from me? To watch you unravel. To feel what it's like when your life isn't yours anymore. The words landed like stones. I wanted to scream, to shake this stranger, but the city swallowed the sound. Instead, I took a step forward, voice steadier than I felt. "You don't own me." A pause. Then the figure nodded slowly, as if conceding a point. "No, but I own the parts of you that you thought were private. And that's enough." I looked away, the weight of everything crashing down. For weeks, this shadow had invaded my life, twisting my memories into tulle. But now, face to face, the threat felt smaller, somehow less like some unstoppable force and more like a broken person clinging to control. "I'm done running," I said quietly. The figure tilted their head, curious. "Then what will you do?" I didn't know, but I knew I had to try. "Tell me who you are. Show me what you want." For a long moment, the street held its breath. Then the figure reached into their pocket and pulled out a small notebook, worn and dog-eared. They handed it to me without a word. I flipped through the pages. Handwritten notes, names, dates, snippets of conversations, all the things I thought were lost. The proof of someone who had been inside my life, watching, waiting. "Why give this to me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Because you need to understand. You can't fight shadows without knowing what's behind them." I closed the notebook, the paper rough under my fingers. The figure turned away, merging back into the night. I called after them, but they were already gone. Standing alone, the notebook heavy in my coat pocket, I felt the first real breath of relief. The threat hadn't vanished, far from it. But now it had a shape. A name. A face. The next morning, sunlight spilled weakly through the curtains. The city was waking, indifferent to the battles fought in its shadows. I sat at the kitchen table, the notebook open before me, the words inside both a warning and a key. I knew it would take time to piece everything back together, to reclaim the parts of my life that had been stolen without a single physical touch. My friends would be cautious, maybe even distant for a while. Trust fractured is hard to mend. But I was no longer invisible. I called the few people I trusted most, starting with Mara. Her voice was hesitant on the phone, but when I told her everything, I heard the steel beneath her concern. "We'll figure this out," she said. "Together." I realized then that the real horror wasn't the messages, or the threats, or even the stranger who pretended to be me. It was the isolation, the feeling that no one could reach through the screen, through the lies, to the truth. Now, I wasn't alone. Days passed. The notebook became my map, a guide to the tangled web that had ensnared me. I reached out to others who had been contacted, people whose lives had been quietly shadowed by this imposter. We formed a small network, cautious and wary, but united. The imposter's grip loosened, their messages fading into silence. I deleted the profile when I was sure no one else was watching. The phone, once a source of dread, became a tool to rebuild. But sometimes, late at night, I'd catch a flicker of movement outside my window, a shadow just beyond the streetlight's reach. The city never forgets. And neither did I. I learned that some threats don't come with screams or violence. Sometimes, they come wrapped in your own skin, in whispered secrets and stolen stories. And the only way to fight them is to reclaim your voice, piece by fragile piece. I wasn't the same person who had deleted those accounts. I was something else now, wiser, quieter, scarred in ways I couldn't fully explain. But stronger. Because I had faced the darkness, looked it in the eye, and refused to disappear. The city kept its secrets, and so did I. But I was no longer afraid of the night. Story 4, Unanswered Calls, Haunting Past Returns. The phone rang just as I was about to pull the kettle off the stove. "Hello?" The voice on the other end was low and measured, almost too calm. "Is this 47 Maple Lane?" I blinked, the sound strange in the cramped silence of my apartment. "No, sorry. Wrong number." There was a pause, a long one, like the caller was deciding whether to hang up or keep talking. I set the phone down briefly, fingers still trembling from the cold coffee I'd sipped a minute before. "Yes, but you live there now, don't you?" "The same place, at least," the voice said, as if reading my thoughts. "I'm sure you remember." I frowned and picked up the phone again, heart skipping. "I don't know who this is. Please. Do you remember the night? The rain, the street lamp that flickered just before it happened? You were the only one who saw him." I froze. The kitchen suddenly felt colder, the shadows in the corners deeper. The sound of the kettle's hum seemed distant, like it belonged to someone else's world. I didn't know what to say, or why the details felt so familiar. The street lamp, the rain. I'd lived on Maple Lane until last year, but I'd left without looking back. I never talked about that night. "Who is this?" I whispered, voice cracking. Outside, a dog barked once, sharp and startled. "Let's just say I'm someone who knows what you saw. And what you didn't. You thought it was over, but it's not." My fingers tightened around the receiver. The slick plastic felt unreal, like I was holding a ghost. "Look, you've got the wrong person. I don't know what you're talking about." There was a faint, almost amused sigh on the other end. "I don't think so. You can't pretend the cracks in the plaster don't exist. You can't erase what happened in that room." I swallowed hard. The walls around me suddenly seemed closer, the dull yellow paint peeling near the ceiling like dry skin. The hum of the kettle was gone now, replaced by the steady thump of my own pulse in my ears. "This is some kind of sick joke," I said, voice sharper than I intended. "If you're going to keep this up, I'm hanging up." "Wait. You don't want to hang up." "Not yet," the voice said, slow and deliberate. "Because you're the only one who knows the person who left the door unlocked. The only one who saw the footprints in the mud, muddy enough to track inside. You remember the smell, too, don't you? That strange mixture of damp earth and something else, something metallic." I clenched my jaw. My throat was dry. I didn't want to think about the metallic smell, like cold iron and something raw. It lingered in my memory, sharp and unwelcome. "How do you know that?" I whispered. "Because I was there. Watching. Waiting." The line went quiet. The silence pressed down on me, thick and suffocating. I wanted to slam the phone down, to run to the window and throw it open to breathe in the cold night air, but my hands refused to move. The room was suddenly too bright, the flickering overhead light casting long, jittery shadows on the walls. "You don't know who I am," the voice said again, softer this time. "But I know you. And I know what you're hiding." The last words echoed in the cramped kitchen like a slow, terrible drumbeat. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window pane. The smell of wet leaves and rotting wood crept in through the cracked frame. My stomach churned. I wanted to hang up, but I didn't. Something about the voice held me in place, like a thread tied around my wrist, pulling me back to a past I thought I'd bury deep. I glanced at the peeling wallpaper, the cold tile floor beneath my bare feet, the dull hum of the city beyond my window. "I don't know who you are," I said finally, voice steadier than I felt. "But you're wrong. Whatever you think you know." "I'm not wrong," the voice interrupted, urgent now. "You'll see. Soon enough." The line went dead. I sat there, phone still pressed to my ear, the plastic cold and unforgiving against my palm. The room felt impossibly still, as if the walls were waiting for me to make the next move. The kettle finally boiled over, steam hissing into the air, cold and heavy with silence, smelling faintly of burnt plastic. I didn't know what to think or who to trust. But I knew one thing, whatever this was, it wasn't over. And somehow, I was already in too deep. The soft glow from the street lamp outside cast long shadows across the floor, shifting like silent whispers in the night. My fingers tightened around the phone, heart pounding with a mix of dread and stubborn curiosity. Every instinct screamed at me to throw the device across the room, to shut the door on this mystery and pretend none of it had ever happened. But the truth clawed at the edges of my mind, relentless and unforgiving. I stood up, pacing toward the window, pulling back the curtain just enough to peer out into the empty street. The world seemed normal, quiet houses, flickering porch lights, a cat slinking past, but the feeling of being watched didn't fade. It settled in my bones like a shadow I couldn't outrun. A soft knock at the door made me jump, the sound sharp and deliberate. I froze, breath caught somewhere between hope and terror. Who could it be at this hour? With trembling hands, I edged forward, every nerve screaming caution. As I reached for the doorknob, the voice from earlier echoed in my mind, "You'll see. Soon enough." And I realized that whatever came next was no longer a choice. It was waiting. The knock came again. I didn't answer. Instead, I backed away, slipping into the kitchen, heart hammering against my ribs. The old fridge hummed a steady drone, and the faint smell of damp carpet mixed with the lingering scent of last night's burnt coffee. I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying to steady the rush of thoughts. The caller's voice, was still there, ringing in my ears. The details he'd shared, the names, the places, the chilling certainty with which he spoke about something no outsider could possibly know. No one else knew. Not the police, not my friends. Just me. I reached for my phone, thumb hovering over the screen. Should I call the police now? Tell someone? But what would I say? Somebody's calling me about a crime I'm connected to, but I don't know who. It sounded insane. Worse, what if the caller was still listening? What if answering again only made things worse? I swallowed hard, the dry taste of fear scraping in my throat. The knock stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I didn't move for several minutes, the quiet stretching out, thick and suffocating. Then, finally, I edged back to the door and peeked through the peephole. Nothing. The hallway was empty except for a faint yellow glow from the street lamp outside. A cold draft seeped underneath the door, carrying the faint scent of wet leaves and something else, something metallic, sharp. I stepped back, heart still racing, and locked the door again, double-checking the bolt. It felt absurd, but I wanted to believe it was enough. Morning came too quickly, the gray light filtering through the blinds like a warning. I didn't sleep much. Every creak of the old building made me jump. My phone buzzed twice, texts from my sister, Marla. "You okay? And did you sleep at all?" I didn't answer. Instead, I sat at the kitchen table, sipping lukewarm black coffee, the bitter taste grounding me just a little. I pulled up the small notebook I kept for work notes and started jotting down everything I remembered from the call, phrases, numbers, names. I scribbled the address the caller had mentioned, a dilapidated building on the edge of town I'd never paid attention to before. I knew where I had to go. Before I left, I texted Marla back, vague and short, "Busy today. Call you later." I lied by omission, hoping she wouldn't push for details. She had a way of asking questions that made my skin crawl. The street was quiet as I walked, the air damp with the scent of rain from the night before. My shoes tapped against the cracked pavement, echoing in the early morning stillness. As I neared the address, the buildings grew older, windows dark and shuttered, walls cracked and peeling like old skin. The place was worse than I imagined. The building looked abandoned, boards nailed over windows, graffiti scrawled across the brick like angry handwriting. I circled the perimeter, looking for any sign of recent activity. A broken bottle shattered underfoot, sharp and cold. A stray dog barked somewhere distant, but otherwise, nothing moved. I found a narrow alley running alongside the building, the smell of damp earth and rot thick in the air. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the fabric rough against my skin, and stepped inside. Footsteps. I froze. But they weren't mine. Faint, hurried, from deeper in the alley. My breath caught as I strained to listen. The sound stopped abruptly, replaced by a low whisper, words I couldn't make out but felt like a warning. I wanted to run. I wanted to turn around and go back to the safety of my apartment, to pretend none of this was happening. But my feet moved forward anyway, drawn by a mix of dread and stubborn determination. At the far end of the alley, I spotted a small door, half hidden behind a dumpster. It was slightly ajar, the gap revealing a sliver of shadowed interior. A chill ran down my spine as I approached, the air colder here, stale and heavy. I pressed my ear to the doorframe. Quiet. Too quiet. Then, a voice. Not the caller's this time. A woman's. Soft, trembling. Please, just listen. You have to understand. I stepped back, heart pounding. Was she connected to this? To the caller? To whatever nightmare I was now tangled up in? Suddenly, footsteps behind me. Closer. Faster. I spun around, breath caught in my throat. No one there. Just the echo of my own panic bouncing off cold brick walls. I didn't know how much more of this I could take. The caller's knowledge. The knocks. The whispers. The shadows. It was like the city itself was closing in, trapping me in a puzzle I wasn't sure I wanted to solve. Yet, I couldn't stop. Not now. As I turned back toward the door, a scrap of paper fluttered against my shoe, carried by a sudden gust of wind. I bent to pick it up, fingers trembling. It was a note, written in hurried, messy handwriting. They're watching. Not just me. You too. My breath caught. The words burned cold on my palm. I wasn't alone. And I never had been. A subtle shift in the air told me someone had moved nearby. Heart hammering, I pressed myself against the wall, eyes darting toward the dim alleyway. The city's pulse quickened. It was no longer just a place, but a living threat weaving closer with every breath. The alley breathed around me, damp and heavy, smelling of rain-soaked concrete and the faint metallic tang of rusting pipes. A soft shuffle caught my ear. I froze, every nerve humming in the silence. The street lamp above flickered erratically, casting long, jittery shadows that seemed to lean toward me. I pressed my back against the rough brick, trying to steady the erratic thud of my heartbeat. The sound came again, closer this time, barely a scrape, but enough to set my teeth on edge. I glanced down the alley. Empty. No one. But the air had shifted, thickened, as if the very space around me was holding its breath, waiting. I had to keep moving. There was no turning back now. The note, the caller's twisted revelations, the footsteps chasing ghosts. I was caught in something that had teeth, even if I couldn't see them. I slipped out of the alley and onto the main street, the noise of distant traffic suddenly feeling like a lifeline. But the city's hum was different tonight, like a low growl undercutting the usual buzz. It wasn't just a caller anymore, it was everything. The places I passed, the faces blurred by streetlights, the way the shadows pulled in doorways and under cars. They weren't just watching. They were waiting. My phone vibrated sharply in my pocket. I pulled it out with shaky hands. The screen was blank except for one word flashing in bold text, "Run." I stared at it, a cold wave rolling through me. No number. No message. Just that one word. Run. Not a suggestion. A command. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee and fear thick on my tongue. My mind raced. Who was this? How did they know where I was? And why? The caller's voice echoed in my ears, calm, measured, terrifyingly intimate. You don't understand yet. This isn't about you. Not really. I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. That voice, so certain, so detached, had spoken like they were holding the strings of some dreadful puppet show. But what was the show? And what part was I playing? The streetlights blinked again, and suddenly I realized I'd walked too far from the safety of the lit street. A side door to a boarded-up building loomed ahead, its windows cracked and dark, swallowing all light. I didn't want to go in. But the noise behind me, soft, scraping, pressed me forward. No way out except forward. I slipped inside. The air inside was stale, thick with the smell of dust and mildew, like the building had been waiting for me to arrive. My footsteps echoed off the cracked plaster and debris. I could hear my breath, ragged and uneven, filling the heavy silence. I pulled out the note again, eyes scanning the messy handwriting. The ink was smudged, as if the paper had been handled roughly. The words made a kind of sense now. This wasn't just about some random victim calling a wrong number. This was a game. A trap. And I was the prey. A sudden sound, a low creak, made me whip around. Nothing. Just the shifting of old boards settling. My skin prickled. I forced myself to breathe evenly, to listen. The silence was a weight. Then my phone buzzed again. Another message. This time a photo. I stared at the screen, heart sinking. It was a picture of my apartment door, shot from a distance I didn't recognize. The door was cracked open just a sliver, the darkness inside swallowing the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows from the hallway. I hadn't left anything unlocked. Had I? The cold seeped deeper into my bones. They'd been inside, watching me. All this time. I dropped the phone onto the floor and crouched in the shadow of a broken window. The city noises were muted here, replaced by the soft, insistent drip of water somewhere nearby. I could taste the dust, gritty on my tongue. I tried to think. What did I know? What had I missed? The caller had described the crime in detail. The victim's last moments, the panic, the betrayal. It was like listening to a confession, but no one else had heard it. Only me. Why? A sudden movement caught my eye. Across the room, a piece of paper fluttered down from the ceiling, landing softly on the cracked floorboards. I approached cautiously. It was a newspaper clipping, yellowed and torn. The headline screamed back at me, "Missing woman found dead, case closed." I swallowed hard. The photo showed a woman I recognized, someone I passed on the street weeks ago, someone whose name I'd never known but whose face haunted my nightmares now. The article detailed the official story, an accident, a fall. Nothing suspicious. But the caller's voice had told me otherwise. It had been murder. I folded the clipping carefully, my hands trembling. This wasn't just about a wrong number anymore. I was tangled in something far bigger. Something that had been hidden beneath the surface, waiting for someone, anyone, to listen. The thought hit me like a blow. I couldn't walk away. Not now. Because if I did, they'd come for me. And this time, there'd be no one left to call. The room seemed to close in, the shadows thickening. The silence wasn't empty anymore. It was full of secrets, of threats, of promises I wasn't sure I wanted to keep. My phone buzzed again. This time, a new message: "You're closer than you think." The weight of those words pressed down on me as I realized something terrifying. The threat wasn't just out there. It was here. Inside this building. Inside me. I was no longer a bystander. I was part of the story. And the story was far from over. The weight of those words, "You're closer than you think," pressed down on my chest like a stone. I didn't move for a long moment, just sat there, the folded clipping trembling in my hands. The air smelled stale, like forgotten corners of old apartment buildings, damp plaster, faint mildew, and the sharp tang of cold metal from the radiator. The silence wasn't empty, exactly. It was full of something waiting. Something watching. I swallowed hard, the dryness in my throat suddenly sharp and unwelcome. The phone buzzed again. No number, no name, just a vibration that felt like a heartbeat against the wooden table. I answered. "Don't hang up." The voice was low, deliberate. Calm, but with an edge that made my skin crawl. "I see you. I always have." I froze. My fingers clenched the phone tighter, nails digging into the plastic. "Who is this?" My voice wasn't steady. It cracked. "You already know. You just haven't admitted it yet." The reply was soft, almost a whisper, but every word hit like a stone. "The accident was no accident. You found that out, didn't you? The truth behind the fall." My breath caught. The room swayed slightly, or maybe it was just me. I rubbed my hands on my jeans, trying to shake the cold sweat. "Why are you telling me this?" I managed. There was a pause. Then a sound, something like a slow, deliberate breath, or maybe a sigh. "Because you're not safe. Not here. Not anywhere near that building." The hair on my arms prickled. I looked around the cramped apartment. The peeling wallpaper. The cracked window. The faint hum of distant traffic. Everything suddenly felt hostile, alien. "I don't understand," I said, voice barely above a murmur. "What do you want from me?" "Truth," the voice said. "And silence. But silence won't save you now." A sudden noise outside made me jump, a distant dog barking, sharp and insistent. The sound echoed down the street, bouncing off empty storefronts. My eyes darted to the window. Shadows moved just beyond the glass. Or was it my imagination? I blinked. Nothing. Just the street lamp flickering, casting long, uneasy shadows. I told the caller, "Look, I don't know who you are, but if you want me to stop asking questions, you'll have to be more quiet." The word cut me off. Harsh and final. "You already asked too many." The line went dead. My hand shook so badly I almost dropped the phone. I pressed the screen, but no response. Just the faint blue glow fading with time. I sat back, trying to steady my breathing. The room was unbearably silent now, the kind of silence that presses into your ears and fills your lungs with tension. I thought about calling someone, anyone. The police, a friend. But what would I say? Somebody knows about a murder and is threatening me over the phone? I didn't even know if I believed it myself. Maybe I was losing it. Maybe the stress had gotten to me. But that message, "You're closer than you think," it wasn't random. It felt precise. Personal. I stood and moved to the window, pressing my forehead against the cold glass. The night was thick and still, the street below empty except for a few scattered leaves caught in a slow breeze. The yellow glow of the street lamp flickered again, casting jerky light across the cracked pavement. I thought about the article, the accident, the fall, the supposed cause. The official story that didn't add up. How the caller knew details only the victim could have known. It wasn't chance. Someone had been watching. Waiting. I needed to know how far this went. How deep the darkness beneath the surface really was. The phone buzzed again, this time with a message. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to invite whatever it was closer, but curiosity clawed at me. I swiped the screen open. Outside. Behind you. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped animal. I turned sharply, eyes scanning the apartment's narrow hallway. The flickering light overhead cast long shadows that stretched and twisted like fingers reaching out. Nothing. Just the faint hum of the radiator and the distant city sounds. I laughed, bitter and hollow. Okay, very funny, I muttered, but my voice cracked. I wasn't sure if the joke was on me or if I was the joke. I locked the door behind me, double-checked the chain latch, and moved toward the kitchen. Every creak of the floorboards felt amplified. I kept glancing over my shoulder. The shadows shifted, and I wasn't sure if I was seeing things or if something was truly there. Then, the power cut out. Darkness swallowed the room whole. The phone screen was useless now. The buzzing hum of the radiator was gone, replaced by a deep, oppressive silence. My breath came out in shallow gasps. I fumbled for the flashlight app on my phone, finally managing to flip it on. The beam was weak, a thin thread of light in the blackness. I moved cautiously toward the living room, every step measured. The hairs on my neck prickled. Something was wrong. I wasn't alone. A shadow moved just beyond the edge of the light. Quick, deliberate. I froze. "Show yourself," I whispered, voice barely audible. No answer. The faint scratch of something against the wall. A soft, deliberate tapping, like fingernails tracing plaster. I swallowed hard. The phone buzzed again in my pocket. I pulled it out, the light steady in my other hand. A new message, "You can't hide." Not from me. The air was thick, heavy with the smell of dust and something else, something metallic and sharp. A coppery tang in the back of my throat. I spun toward the sound, the flashlight beam slicing through the darkness. The room was empty, but the window was open, curtains billowing in the night breeze. Cold air rushed in, chilling my skin. I shut the window, heart hammering, hands trembling. I backed away toward the door, but then the light flickered again, the overhead bulb, yes, but also the phone screen. The message changed. "Look behind you." My breath caught in my throat. Slowly, I turned. Nothing. Only the empty room, the peeling wallpaper, the cracked plaster. But then I saw it. A scrap of paper pinned to the wall with a small piece of tape. I hadn't noticed it before. The flashlight trembled in my hand as I moved closer. The paper was yellowed, edges curled. I pulled it gently free. It was a photograph. A grainy black and white image of the victim, the same person from the article. But this photo was different. It showed something else, a faint, almost invisible figure standing behind the victim. A shadow cast just beyond the light. I stared, breath shallow. The figure's face was obscured, but the posture was familiar. Too familiar. A cold realization settled in my bones. This wasn't just a game. The phone was dead quiet when I picked it up. No dial tone. No buzzing. Just the faint, persistent hum of the refrigerator somewhere in the background. I stared at the screen, the number I'd been tracing for days. No caller ID, no traceable info, but the voice was unmistakable. The one that had been slipping through the cracks of my sanity, whispering details only the victim could know, as if the person on the other end had been watching me, always one step ahead. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. The kitchen light flickered faintly, casting long shadows against the peeling wallpaper. Outside, a dog barked in the distance, sharp and sudden, breaking the silence that had settled like dust in the room. I gripped the counter's edge, nails digging into the chipped wood, trying to steady the tremble that threatened to betray me. "Hello?" I said, barely above a whisper, though I wasn't sure who I expected to answer. A slow breath. Then a voice. Calm. Knowing. "You're closer than you think." I closed my eyes, the images from the last few days flashing behind my lids, details of that night, the jagged edges of memory I tried to smooth over. The voice had known things it shouldn't have, the smell of burnt coffee in the kitchen, the way the curtains hung crooked, even the way the floorboards creaked under weight only just right. "Who are you?" I managed, voice cracking. "Why are you doing this?" No immediate response. Then, a soft chuckle. "Do you remember the night you found her?" I did. The way the rain had turned the world into a blur of gray and wet asphalt. How the street lamp outside had flickered as I knelt beside her, the cold seeping through my coat sleeve. The metallic tang in the air, not blood, but rust and something else, something that clung to the back of my throat. "I remember everything," I said, voice steadier than I felt. "Almost everything," the voice corrected. "But not the part where you looked away." My hands clenched into fists. "Stop. I don't want to play games." "Not games," the voice said softly. "Truth. Just the truth. You never told anyone what you saw." "Why?" The question hung between us, thick and suffocating. The silence stretched, broken only by the distant hum of the city settling into night. "I was scared," I admitted, the words tasting bitter. "I didn't know what to do." "Understandable," the voice replied. "Fear makes liars of us all." I felt the weight of those words press down, heavier than any accusation. For years, I'd buried the memory, convinced that silence was protection. Now, it was a prison. "Why contact me now?" I asked, swallowing hard. "What do you want?" "Closure," the voice said simply. "You've been chasing shadows, but the truth, it's been right in front of you." A cold shiver traced my spine. The room felt smaller, the walls inching closer. I looked around at the cracked ceiling, the faint smell of damp plaster mixed with coffee grounds lingering in the sink. Familiar, yet alien. "Tell me what you want from me," I said, voice steadier. There was something almost human in the pause that followed. "I want you to remember. To face it. To admit what you saw that night." I swallowed again, breath shallow. "I don't remember everything. I don't want to." "You do. And you will." The line went dead. I sat back, heart thudding painfully in my chest. The phone slipped from my grasp, landing with a soft thud against the counter. For a long moment, I stared at it, willing the silence to break, to explain itself. The next morning was gray and cold. Rain drizzled against the window pane, blurring the world outside into a watercolor of muted tones. I made coffee, the bitter aroma filling the kitchen, grounding me. Still, the voice's words echoed, a relentless echo bouncing around my skull. I needed answers. Not from the caller I doubted that would come again, but from myself. I dug through old notes, journal entries, anything that might help piece together what I'd buried. A photograph slipped from the pages, her face, smiling softly, eyes full of life. The memory hit me then, the way she pulled her scarf tighter against the wind, the quiet laugh she'd given when I stumbled over a cracked sidewalk. And the man. Someone had been there that night. Someone I hadn't wanted to see. A name whispered through the back of my mind, fragile as a breath. I wasn't sure where it came from, but it felt right. Later, I found myself standing outside the old apartment building where it had happened. The bricks were cracked, the paint peeling in long sheets like dead skin. The air smelled faintly of mildew and forgotten dreams. I pressed my hand against the rough plaster, feeling the grit beneath my palm, cold and unyielding. I knew the truth now. Not the neat, packaged version I told myself for years, but the raw, jagged reality. The caller had been right. I had looked away, but I wasn't going to anymore. I took a deep breath. The rain softened to a drizzle, washing the grime from the world. A streetlight flickered, steadying into a warm glow that spilled onto the sidewalk. I raised my phone and dialed. It rang once, twice, then clicked. Hello? The voice was cautious now, less certain. I remember, I said. I remember everything. Silence. Then, a sigh. It's time. I waited. Not because I wanted to hear more, but because I needed to feel the weight lift, even just a little. The caller spoke again, slower, softer. Details I hadn't dared to face. Names. Places. Motives. The pieces of a puzzle that finally made sense. When the call ended, I didn't hang up right away. I sat there, the phone cradled in my hand, the room around me fading into stillness. It was over. Not because the past had changed, but because I had. The fear that had gripped me for so long loosened, like a knot finally undone. I wasn't the same person who had answered that wrong number weeks ago. I was someone who had looked the darkness in the eye and refused to blink. Outside, the sky began to clear. A faint breeze stirred the curtains, carrying the scent of rain and something new, hope, maybe, or the fragile promise of peace. I stood up, moving toward the window. The city was waking, slow and unsteady, just like me. But I was ready. For the first time in a long time, I felt the cold touch of morning without flinching. And that was enough. Story 5, Bloodline of St. Helena's, Unearthing a Monstrous Legacy. The first thing I noticed was the smell. I was sitting at the kitchen table, a flimsy card catalog box open before me, filled with yellowed birth certificates, letters folded so many times they threatened to tear along their creases. My laptop sat to the side, screen dimmed, forgotten for a moment as I sifted through the past, my past, or what I thought was mine. Genealogy had always been a hobby of mine, a way to fill empty evenings with names and dates, to build a family tree that felt more like a patchwork quilt than a solid structure. I liked the idea of roots, even if mine often tangled in shadows. But this morning, something about the papers didn't quite settle. I traced a finger over the spidery script on one document, the birth certificate of my great-grandfather, Elijah Carrington. The ink was faded, but his name stood out, as if it was trying to catch my attention. The kitchen window rattled lightly, a draft sneaking through a poorly sealed pane, carrying the distant drone of early morning traffic and the faint chatter of birds waking up. Outside, the sky was a tired gray, the kind that promised rain but never quite delivered. I pulled my cardigan tighter around my shoulders. The apartment felt colder than usual, even with the heater humming softly beneath the sink. I had been at this for weeks, digging through census records, old newspapers, family Bibles that smelled of mothballs and forgotten Sunday mornings. Most nights, I fell asleep with my head against a book, fingers stained with ink or dust. But today, the paper seemed sharper somehow, as if they were waiting for me to notice something I hadn't before. I flipped through a faded photograph tucked between two documents. The image was grainy, black and white, showing a group of people gathered in front of an old hospital building. My great-grandfather was there, standing stiffly at the back, eyes hard and wary. The hospital's name was barely legible on a peeling sign, St. Helena's Institute. Something about the place felt off, but I pushed the thought aside. Hospitals were just hospitals, right? I heard a faint tapping, like a fingernail drumming against wood. It came from the next room, where my phone rested on the nightstand, screen lit up with a new message. The sound was rhythmic, almost deliberate. I frowned, standing slowly, the floor cold beneath my socks. When I checked the phone, the message was from an unknown number. They're watching. Stop looking. My breath caught. I stared at the screen, the soft glow illuminating the creases on my palm. I blinked. The message didn't make sense. A prank, maybe? I looked around the empty apartment, every shadow suddenly feeling too thick, too close. I set the phone down carefully, as if it might shatter. The metallic smell was stronger now, curling around the edges of the room like smoke. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake the chill crawling up my spine. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I was reading too much into old papers and forgotten names. Still, I couldn't ignore the way my hands trembled slightly when I picked up the next document, a medical report dated 1947, signed by Dr. Harold Finch. The ink was bold, clinical, but the notes made my stomach twist. Subject exhibits abnormal physiological responses. Cellular regeneration accelerated beyond control parameters. Further observation recommended. I blinked again, heart thudding in my ears. What did it mean? I read and reread the lines, each word more confusing than the last. My mind raced, trying to connect dots that didn't seem to belong together. The wind picked up outside, rattling the window louder now, like a warning. The electrical hum of the heater faltered briefly, then steadied. I looked down at my own hands, pale, ordinary, familiar. But suddenly, I wasn't so sure. A knock at the door startled me, sharp and urgent. I froze. At this hour? I wasn't expecting anyone. My pulse quickened, a cold sweat breaking out on the back of my neck. I crept to the peephole and peered out. Nobody. Just the dull hallway, empty and silent except for the faint hum of the building's old ventilation system. I blinked again, feeling foolish. Probably just the landlord, I muttered to myself, though the words felt hollow. Returning to the table, I spread the documents out in a messy fan. The hospital records, the birth certificates, the letters written in curled, spidery penmanship. Each piece a whisper from the past, pulling me deeper into a story I wasn't ready to hear. How much of my own body could I really trust? The question landed like a stone in my gut. I'd always thought of myself as normal, average, nothing remarkable. But these papers suggested something else, something strange, something hidden beneath layers of silence and careful omission. I glanced at the clock. Morning was slipping away, the gray light outside growing heavier, more oppressive. The city's usual morning buzz was muted, as if the world itself was holding its breath. I touched the photograph again, the rough texture of the paper scratching my fingertips. The faces in the picture stared back at me, frozen in time. Were they just ancestors? Or something else? The metallic scent was there again, faint but unmistakable. I closed my eyes, inhaled deeply. It wasn't fear. Not exactly. More like a cold knot of curiosity and something darker, a warning I couldn't ignore. I wasn't sure what I'd found in those papers. I wasn't sure if I wanted to know. But I couldn't stop now. Not when the past was whispering so loudly, and the future felt suddenly uncertain. The next morning arrived with a heavy quiet, the city wrapped in a thin fog that blurred the edges of everything. I shuffled into the kitchen, the floorboards creaking beneath my bare feet. The air smelled faintly of damp plaster and the stale residue of last night's rain. Outside, the distant hum of early traffic was muffled by thick clouds. I poured the coffee, the bitter warmth grounding me, though the knot in my stomach refused to loosen. I couldn't stop thinking about those faces in the photograph, their eyes sharp, almost too alert, as if they were watching something I couldn't see. And their skin, I hadn't been imagining it. There was something off about the complexion, too pale, too smooth, like it was stretched taut over something unnatural. I tried to push the image away, but it kept coming back. The files I found were scattered across my desk, the yellow pages brittle and curling at the edges. Names, dates, places, at first glance, a typical family tree. But the notes in the margins caught my attention again. References to protocols, subjects, and alterations. I read the words over and over, trying to make sense of them. Alterations? What could that mean? I rubbed my temples and decided I needed to see more. If my family had been part of something unethical, something hidden, I had to know the extent. How deep did this go? How much of what I thought was normal was actually a lie? I grabbed my phone and dialed Dad's number. It rang twice before he picked up, his voice groggy. "Hey, Em. Didn't expect you so early." "Morning," I said, careful to keep my tone light. "I was hoping you could help me with something. It's about the family history." There was a pause, then, "What about it?" I hesitated. "I found some old papers, documents, really. And there are mentions of experiments. I don't know what kind. Medical, I guess." I tried not to let the edge of panic seep in. "Have you ever heard anything like that?" Dad sighed. "You're digging into old wounds, kid. Some things better left buried." I pressed on. "I can't stop now. If there's something dangerous in our past, I need to know. For me, for all of us." His voice grew quieter. "All right. I'll look through some things in my place. Maybe there's something I can find. But be careful, okay?" "Of course." I hung up, stomach twisting. Dad's warning was like a shadow looming over me. What had he seen? What had we all been shielding ourselves from? I spent the day combing through every scrap of information I could find: city archives, online records, old newspaper clippings. Each piece added another layer of unease. Stories of a nearby research facility that operated under the radar for decades. Reports of patients who had vanished without explanation. Names that kept cropping up, always linked to my family. By mid-afternoon, the sky had darkened, the sun swallowed by thick clouds. A low hum of electricity buzzed through the apartment. The shadows in the corners seemed to stretch longer, creeping toward me as I worked. I wasn't sure if it was the weather or the weight of everything pressing down. My phone buzzed, a text from Dad. "Found something. Meet me at the library after dinner." I stared at the message, then my eyes flicked to the photograph again, lying innocently on the table. I couldn't shake the feeling that the past was closing in, that the answers I sought would come at a cost I wasn't ready to pay. At the library, Dad was waiting in the dim reading room, a folder clutched in his hand. His face was drawn, the lines around his eyes deeper than I remembered. He didn't say hello, just slid the folder across the table. Inside were more documents, handwritten notes, faded charts, and a series of black and white photographs. The images were unsettling, men and women hooked up to strange machines, their expressions vacant, almost like they were frozen mid-thought. And then, a series of close-ups, skin marked with tiny scars, veins that looked oddly prominent beneath translucent flesh. "This was from the research facility near our hometown," Dad said quietly. "They called it Project Helix. Supposed to be a medical breakthrough. But it was a nightmare." I flipped through the pages, my hands trembling slightly. "Why does this feel like it's about us?" "Because it is," he said, voice low. "Your great-grandfather was involved. Not by choice. They took him. Used him as a subject." The room felt colder. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste suddenly stronger, sharper. My family wasn't just connected to this horror, they were its legacy. "Do you think I'm part of this?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Dad looked away. "I don't know, Emma. But if you are, you deserve to know." I nodded slowly, a strange mix of dread and determination settling over me. The truth was no longer a distant mystery. It was here, tangled up in my blood and bones. As we left the library, the wind had picked up, rattling the windows. The city seemed different, less familiar. I could almost hear the echoes of those long-ago experiments whispering beneath the roar of everyday life. That night, lying in bed, I felt the weight of 1,000 unseen eyes watching me. I touched my arm, tracing the faintest scars I'd never noticed before. The skin was normal, or as normal as any skin could be. But could I trust it? Could I trust myself? The answer was buried somewhere in the past, waiting to be uncovered. And I was about to dig deeper, whether I was ready or not. The next morning arrived more like a warning than a fresh start. Dad was in the living room, flipping through papers. The silence between us wasn't the comfortable kind, it was thick and brittle, like a cracked pane ready to shatter. I wanted to ask more, to pry the truth out of him, but something held me back. That look on his face, loose, exhausted, like he'd been carrying a secret too heavy for words, made me hesitate. I traced my fingers along the faint scar on my forearm again, the one I'd never noticed before last night. It wasn't fresh, but it was strange, too precise to be an accident. It felt like a mark, a reminder, or maybe a warning. My skin itched under my gaze, a weird sensation that I couldn't explain. Was it just nerves? Or something else? I swallowed hard. "Dad," I said, finally breaking the silence. "What exactly were those experiments? And why did they keep it hidden for so long?" He exhaled slowly, setting the papers down with a soft thud. "It wasn't just experiments, Emma. It was manipulation. Human subjects, mostly unwilling. They were trying to change things, biology, genetics, even behavior. People like us, descendants, were marked by it. Altered in ways they never fully understood." I blinked. "Marked how? Like mutations? Or something worse?" He shook his head, eyes darkening. "Not mutants, no. But changes. Subtle. Physical endurance, resistance to disease, faster healing. But there were costs. Mental instability, unpredictable symptoms. It's why the research was buried under layers of silence. I wanted to argue, to deny the possibility that my family carried any such burden, but it felt like the floor was slipping beneath me. Dad's voice cracked a rare vulnerability, and for a moment, I saw a man who'd been fighting shadows for decades. "I'm sorry I never told you," he said quietly. "I thought ignorance would keep you safe." The idea of safety seemed laughable now. Later, I returned to the library alone, the place where the first pieces had fallen into place. The air smelled faintly of old paper and dust, but beneath that was something metallic, almost clinical. It reminded me of the hospital visits Dad had mentioned in passing, the kind he always brushed off. I pulled out the folder labeled Project Helix, the name itself cold and impersonal. Inside were medical reports, handwritten notes, and photographs, black and white, grainy, faces that seemed both familiar and alien. One photo stopped me cold. A small boy with unblinking eyes, sitting in a chair surrounded by wires and sensors. His features were unmistakable, sharp cheekbones, the same stubborn jawline I'd inherited. I traced the image with trembling fingers. "Is that me?" I whispered to the empty room. No answer. Just the soft hum of the fluorescent lights overhead, flickering erratically. As I sifted through the documents, a pattern emerged. The experiments had been ongoing for decades, spanning generations. Each subject was carefully monitored, catalogued, tested. Most disappeared without a trace. Those who stayed carried hidden scars, physical and psychological. I felt a sudden chill, like the walls were closing in. How deep did this go? How many of us were out there, unknowingly altered? And what did it mean for my own body, the way it healed, the way it sometimes, inexplicably, felt different? I pulled out a journal, brittle and yellowed with age, its pages filled with a cramped, meticulous script. It belonged to a woman named Lillian, my great-grandmother, according to the notes. Her entries were a mix of hope and despair, detailing her forced participation in the program and the strange symptoms that followed. One line caught my eye. "They say I'm stronger, but I feel like I'm losing myself. Parts of me aren't mine anymore." The words echoed in my mind. Could I be losing myself too? Was my body betraying me in ways I hadn't recognized? The thought made the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, spin just slightly. I heard footsteps behind me. "Emma?" Dad's voice was hesitant. I jumped, clutching the journal. "I didn't hear you come in." He stepped closer, face pale. "I found something else. Files I didn't want you to see yet. But maybe it's time. You deserve to know everything." My heart hammered. "What kind of files?" He hesitated. "Records of a recent project much more advanced than the old ones. It's not just history anymore. They're still active." "Still active?" My voice cracked. "Who's they?" "Corporations. Scientists. People with too much money and too little conscience. They've been using our family as test subjects, without consent. And now, they want to recruit you." The words hung in the stale air like a threat. "Recruit me? For what?" I whispered, backing away. "To continue the research. To push the boundaries. They see you as the next evolution." I felt my knees weaken. The idea of being a subject, a pawn in some endless experiment, was suffocating. But worse was the realization that there was no turning back. I was already marked by blood, by scar tissue, by secrets too tangled to escape. Dad looked at me, his eyes pleading. "Emma, whatever you decide, you're not alone. But you have to choose. Stay hidden or face the truth head-on." I swallowed hard. The weight in my chest pressed down, making it hard to breathe. The city outside groaned under the threat of rain, the first drops tapping against the window like distant warnings. I clenched my fists, feeling the skin tighten over the scars I'd come to know in a new light. This was no longer just a family history. It was my inheritance. And there was no way to run. The phone buzzed sharply on the table, startling me. I picked it up with trembling hands. An unknown number. "Emma," a voice whispered, cold and clinical. "We've been watching. It's time to come home." The line went dead. Silence. Complete silence. I knew then that whatever choice I made, the past wasn't done with me yet. The phone slipped from my fingers and hit the wood floor with a hollow thud. Dad's eyes were fixed on me, but he didn't speak. I could almost hear the unspoken warning humming between us. Outside, the rain began in earnest, drumming a relentless rhythm on the glass. The city's groan shifted into a low roar. I realized how alone I was, despite the presence of my father. I crouched down and picked up the phone. The plastic was cold against my palm, but it was the message inside that burned the skin. I stared at the black screen, willing it to light up, to give me something, anything to hang on to. But nothing came. I was left with the silence that felt like a shroud. "Emma, whatever you decide, you're not alone," Dad said finally, voice rough, like he'd been holding back a storm. "But you have to choose. Stay hidden, or face the truth head-on." I swallowed, trying to push down the tightening pressure in my chest. The scars on my forearms prickled under my sleeves, as if they remembered something I tried to forget. My body wasn't just a vessel for me anymore, it was a map of secrets, a ledger of inherited pain. I could no longer trust the skin I lived in. I stood up, pacing the small living room, my fingers trailing along the rough plaster of the wall. The faint smell of damp cardboard and old paper filled the air, cold and heavy with silence. The house felt colder than usual, like the walls were holding their breath. I tried to steady my breathing, but it came in uneven bursts. "Dad," I said, voice breaking the silence. "Who are they? Who's watching?" He hesitated, then ran a hand through his thinning hair. "You already know. The ones who started it all. The experiments. The research. The ones who turned our family into something else." I clenched my jaw, the taste of metallic bitterness creeping into the back of my throat. "You mean those unethical trials you told me about? The ones in the files?" He nodded. "Yes. But it's deeper than you think. They didn't just test. They altered. Changed. And those changes stayed, passed down through generations." A cold shiver ran down my spine. "Why me? Why am I marked?" Dad looked away, his voice barely a whisper. "Because you're the last. The culmination. The one they've been waiting for." The clock ticked loudly in the quiet. I could hear the rain hammering harder now, like an urgent warning. Outside, a dog barked somewhere off in the distance, the sound sharp and sudden. I pressed my palms into my eyes, willing the pounding in my head to stop. Waiting for what? I asked, my voice barely steady. Dad's gaze met mine, intense and unyielding. For control. For answers. For power. And they won't stop until they get it. Suddenly, the house felt suffocating. The shadows in the corners seemed to stretch, reaching for me. I wanted to run, to escape this web of genetic secrets and silent observers. But I knew that wasn't an option. Not anymore. "I need to see the files," I said, voice firmer than I expected. "Every last one. I have to know exactly what I'm dealing with." Dad hesitated, then nodded slowly. "There's something else." He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small envelope, worn at the edges. "This came for me today." It was slipped under the door. My hands trembled as I took it. The paper was thick, almost too heavy for what it was. I unfolded it carefully. Inside, a single photograph fell out, glossy and sharp. It was a picture of a group of people in white coats, standing behind a metal table. On that table, a young woman, eyes closed, hooked up to machines. The faintest trace of a scar cut across her temple. The woman looked eerily like me. "Who is she?" I whispered. Dad swallowed hard. We don't know. But whoever she is, she's connected to us. And she's the reason they're coming. The rain outside turned into a steady downpour, tapping against the windows like a countdown. My skin prickled, the hair at the nape of my neck standing on end. The house felt less like a sanctuary now and more like a trap. I folded the photo carefully, pressing it against my chest. If they want me, I'm not going anywhere without answers. Dad's eyes darkened. Then we need to move fast. They're closer than you think. The phone buzzed again. This time, I didn't drop it. I grabbed it with both hands and stared at the screen. Another unknown number. The same cold, clinical voice. Emma, you can't hide. We know where you are. We're coming. The line clicked dead once more. I dropped the phone onto the table, the sound sharp and final. My heart hammered against my ribs, every beat a reminder that the past was no longer buried. It was right here, breathing down my neck. A sudden gust of wind rattled the window pane, carrying with it the scent of wet earth and something else, something metallic, faint but unmistakable. It made my stomach twist. The truth wasn't just a story anymore. It was a living, breathing threat, and it had found me. I glanced at Dad, searching for reassurance, but his face was unreadable. The man who had once seemed so steady now looked like a stranger, weighed down by secrets too heavy to carry. I swallowed the lump in my throat and made my decision. I wasn't going to run. Not this time. We need to get to the archive, I said, voice low but steady. Tonight. Dad nodded. I'll grab what I can. But Emma, be careful. They'll try to get inside your head. To make you doubt everything. Even yourself. I almost laughed at that, but the unease in my chest wouldn't let me. Doubt was a constant companion now. How much of my own body could I trust? Was I still me, or just the latest experiment in a long chain of contamination? The rain softened outside, but the tension in the room thickened. The clock ticked on, each second dragging me closer to a confrontation I wasn't sure I was ready for. But ready or not, there was no turning back. The truth was waiting in the dark, and I was about to walk straight into it. The afternoon light seeped through the cracked blinds, casting long, lazy shadows across the peeling wallpaper. I sat on the edge of the faded armchair, the stack of papers on my lap trembling slightly in rhythm with my pulse. The air smelled faintly of dust and something else, old paper, maybe, or the faintest hint of antiseptic from the hospital records I'd been poring over for hours. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake the chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. It was the weight of everything I'd learned, pressing down like the thick humidity before a storm. I didn't want to believe it. Part of me still clung to the idea that my family history was just that, a history. A string of names and dates, no stranger than anyone else's. But the truth wasn't so simple. The documents, the testimonies, the faded photographs tucked away in that locked box all pointed to something darker, something I couldn't unsee. Generations of survival. Not just survival, though. Experimentation. Alteration. The word echoed in my mind, hollow and heavy. My ancestors, people I thought I knew, or at least thought I could imagine, had been caught in a web of unethical scientific pursuits. They hadn't just endured, their bodies had been changed, reshaped in ways no one fully understood. And if that was true, then what about me? What had I inherited? I flexed my fingers and watched the pale skin stretch taut over my knuckles. Was this me? Or was there something else, lurking beneath? The thought was unsettling. I swallowed hard, tasting the dryness at the back of my throat, and reached for the glass of water on the side table. The cold liquid slid down my throat, soothing but not quite washing away the unease. A low creak came from the hallway. I froze. The house seemed too quiet, the kind of quiet that made every small sound feel amplified. The floorboards shifted under the old weight of the house, settling in the late afternoon heat. But that creak wasn't just the house. Someone was there. I stood slowly, heart ticking up a notch. The front door was locked, but that didn't mean much. This part of town wasn't exactly a fortress. I moved toward the window and peered through the threadbare curtain. Empty street. The neighbor's dog barked somewhere far off, sharp and sudden, then silence again. I shook my head. I was letting my mind wander down the wrong paths. I had enough to deal with already without adding phantom intruders to the mix. Still, a part of me stayed on edge, waiting for something to break the stillness. Back at the papers, I pulled out the last letter I'd found buried in an envelope yellowed with age. The handwriting was shaky but deliberate, a woman's voice from the past, my great-grandmother, I realized with a catch in my chest. They told us it was for progress, that we were part of something bigger than ourselves. But I see now it was just cruelty, masked in science. My body will never be my own again. Neither will my children's. The words hit like a blow. I traced the letters with trembling fingers, imagining the woman who wrote them, her fear, her resignation, her strength, to survive and keep that secret alive. She had passed it down, like a poison wrapped in a warning. I sat back down, the chair groaning under me. Outside, the light was fading, turning the sky a bruised purple. I felt the weight of time, of choices made long before I was born, pressing down on my shoulders. Was I a product of those choices? Or was there still a way to be more than the sum of those altered parts? I thought about calling someone my mother, maybe, or my aunt. But what could I say? Hey, turns out our family's been the subject of secret experiments for generations, and now I'm not sure I can trust my own body. It sounded absurd even in my head. And yet, I needed to talk to someone. To hear a voice that wasn't my own echoing back the same questions. I picked up my phone, thumb hovering over my mother's contact. I hesitated. Then I typed a message instead. Mom, can we talk? I found some things about our family. It's complicated. I hit send before I could talk myself out of it. The phone buzzed almost immediately. Of course. Come over. The simplicity of her reply caught me off guard. No shock. No denial. Just an invitation. Her house smelled like cinnamon and old wood. The curtains were drawn, and the soft glow of a lamp lit the living room in warm ember. My mother sat on the couch, hands clasped tightly in her lap. Her eyes, usually so steady, flickered with an emotion I couldn't name. I wasn't sure you'd want to hear it, she said quietly, voice rough around the edges. I settled into the chair opposite her, the fabric worn and faded. It's all I've been thinking about. She nodded. It was never meant to be uncovered. But I guess some secrets have a way of clawing their way out. She told me things I'd only glimpsed in the records. About the doctors who had experimented on our ancestors under the guise of medical research. About the silent suffering, the changes made without consent. About how the family had hidden the truth to protect the next generation. Do you think it's still affecting you? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I swallowed, fingers tightening around the armrest. I don't know. Sometimes I feel different. Not sick or anything, but like my body isn't quite mine. She reached out, her hand warm on mine. You're still you, Emma. No matter what's in your blood or your cells. We're more than the sum of those things. Her words were a bomb and a challenge at once. Could I accept that? Could I live with the knowledge without letting it define me? Later, walking home under a sky now brushed with stars, I thought about survival. Not just the physical kind, but the survival of identity, of hope. I was a product of pain and secrecy, yes. But I was also a product of resilience. My ancestors had endured horrors beyond imagination and still passed on their story, their spirit. I didn't have all the answers. Maybe I never would. But I could choose how to live with this legacy. The night air was cool, carrying the faint scent of rain and earth. I breathed deeply, feeling the steady beat of my heart, the sure strength in my legs. For the first time in weeks, I wasn't running from my history. I was facing it. One step at a time. And somehow, that made all the difference. Story 6, Resonant Fractures, Mind's Grip on Reality. The morning came slow and sticky, like the kind of heat that settles under your skin and refuses to leave. I tried to focus on the coffee mug in my hands. It was the one with the chipped rim, a dull blue glaze fading where my fingers rested. Something about it grounded me, or at least distracted me from the tightening coil in my chest. The smell of bitter coffee filled the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, mingling with the faint, persistent scent of damp plaster from the peeling walls. I could hear the distant hum of the city waking up, a dog barking somewhere down the street, cars idling and revving. It should have been ordinary, but there was a strange tension in the air I couldn't shake. I told myself it was just the heat. That, or the way my mind was playing tricks again. I'd spent years learning to manage the panic, practicing breathing exercises until they felt automatic, like blinking. Today wasn't supposed to be different. But then, just as I took a slow, steady inhale, the mug in my hands trembled. It wasn't the usual slight wobble from my trembling fingers, this was something else. The ceramic vibrated, a low hum against the wooden table, and then, without warning, it cracked. A sharp, spiderweb fissure spread across the surface like a fault line. I dropped it before it shattered completely, the pieces skittering across the floor with a soft clatter. I blinked, heart pounding louder now, and looked down at the broken mug. The sound, it wasn't something I'd heard before. Not just the mug breaking, but the way it seemed to respond to me, like it had been waiting for that moment. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee lingering on my tongue, and tried to steady my breathing again. "Okay," I muttered, voice rough and barely a whisper. Just a coincidence. But the room felt suddenly colder, even though the sun was still pouring in through the window. The ceiling fan overhead spun lazily, the blades casting flickering shadows on the cracked plaster walls. I rubbed my palms on my jeans, rough denim against my clammy skin. The strangest thing was, the air felt thick as if the apartment itself was holding its breath. I looked around, trying to find a cause. The old radiator in the corner hummed faintly, the sound barely noticeable until now. Outside, the dog barked again, sharper this time, almost distressed. The noise made me jump, my pulse kicking up another notch. I leaned back in the chair, fingers still tingling where the mug had slipped from my grasp. My gaze flicked to the bookshelf, an uneven stack of paperbacks and photo albums, leaning slightly to one side. A small pile of postcards sat at the edge, one half falling off. I reached out to steady them. Then it happened again. A sharp rattle from the other side of the room. The glass face on the windowsill trembled, wobbling precariously before toppling over onto the wooden floor. It smashed into a dozen pieces, the sound ringing out loud and clear in the stillness. My heart slammed against my ribs, breath caught somewhere in my throat. I didn't move. I just stared. "Did you see that?" I whispered to no one. My voice sounded foreign, like I was hearing someone else speak. But of course, there was no one else. Just me, and the lingering echo of breaking glass. I felt like my skin was crawling. The panic clawed its way back up, faster this time. My hand shook violently, and the room seemed to distort, walls narrowing, the ceiling pressing down. I squeezed my eyes shut, tried to breathe through the tightening grip around my chest. But even as I fought to keep control, I kept hearing it, small things shifting, trembling, breaking. The old clock on the wall skipped a beat, the second hand jerking forward erratically. A picture frame tilted, the image inside slipping out of alignment. The air felt charged, almost electric, like static before a storm. I opened my eyes, blinking hard. I was alone. Completely alone. Calm down, I told myself. You're tired. You're imagining things. But then I noticed a faint smell, something metallic, like pennies left out in the sun, or old blood dried too long. It wasn't from me, or at least I didn't think it was. It seemed to rise from the corners of the room, from the shadows gathering near the windowsill. I swallowed again, mouth dry, and glanced toward the door. No one had come in. No one was there. Still, a quiet voice in the back of my brain whispered that I wasn't as alone as I thought. That maybe, just maybe, the panic wasn't just inside me. I stood up, legs unsteady beneath me. The floor felt cool against my bare feet, sticky with dust and broken glass. I grabbed a broom and dustpan, forcing my hands to stop trembling as I swept up the shards. The sound of the broom bristles scraping the floor was sharp and oddly soothing. As I worked, my mind raced with questions I didn't want to ask aloud. Had my panic attack somehow become physical? Was it possible that my anxiety was shaking the world around me? Or was something else at play, something I couldn't see but could somehow feel? I glanced back at the cracked mug on the counter. The crack was whiter now, spreading like a dark river through the blue glaze. I pressed a finger against it, feeling the cold ceramic beneath my skin. My breath hitched. I wished I could tell someone. But who would believe me? The phone buzzed suddenly on the kitchen table, a sharp vibration that startled me enough to drop the dustpan. I froze, heart hammering, and reached for it with a trembling hand. The screen lit up with a message, "Are you okay?" It was from Maya, my sister. I wanted to say yes. I wanted to believe things were normal. But all I could do was stare at the screen, feeling the weight of the silence around me thick and suffocating. And I knew this was only the beginning. The phone buzzed again, relentless this time, vibrating against the cracked kitchen table like an urgent heartbeat. I swallowed hard. The cracked mug beckoned from the counter, the jagged fissure now unmistakable, like a scar. How had it spread so fast? I touched it again, feeling the cold ceramic edges beneath my fingertip, brittle and fragile. My hands trembled more than usual, and a shiver ran down my spine. I wanted to answer her. I wanted to say yes. But what would I say? That my panic attacks were shaking the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay? That sometimes I swear I could hear the walls groan and the glass tremble on its own? That I was losing my mind, or maybe something else was tightening its grip on me? No! I couldn't say any of that. Not yet. I slid the phone across the table and stood up, the wooden floor creaking beneath my bare feet. The silence in the apartment felt heavier now, like it was pressing in from all sides. The faint hum of the street lamp outside flickered through the cracked window pane, casting long, twitching shadows. I rubbed my temples and tried to steady my breath. The first panic attack had come out of nowhere, a wave of heat and pounding in my chest, but now, even the smallest reminders, the shattered mug, the vibrating phone, were enough to set it off. I couldn't tell if I was spiraling or if something else was spiraling with me. I pulled out a notebook from the cluttered shelf by the door, the one I'd used years ago to track appointments and medication. I flipped to a blank page and wrote the date in shaky letters, April 13th. Below it, I jotted down the events of the night, the mug cracking, the buzzing foam, the feeling of the air thickening. I needed to keep track. If this was real, if something was really happening, I had to find a pattern. The next morning came gray and brittle, the kind of sky that looks like it's been scrubbed clean but leaves an unpleasant chill behind. I woke with a dull ache in my chest, the taste of stale coffee sour on my tongue. My phone was silent now, but the unease was louder. I had to get out. I needed fresh air, even if it felt like walking through fog. Outside, the air smelled faintly of damp earth and the faintest hint of exhaust. The city was waking up, but something felt wrong. The usual buzz of life, the chatter of neighbors, the distant wail of a siren was muted, like I was hearing it through a thick curtain. I stopped at the corner store and tried to distract myself by browsing the shelves. The faint rustle of plastic bags, the clink of glass jars, the low murmur of the clerk's voice, it was all familiar, grounding. But then, as I reached for a bottle of water, the glass jar on the shelf next to me cracked sharply. Not shattered, just a single, clean break down the side. The clerk didn't flinch. I stared at the jar, then at my hands. My pulse quickened, and the familiar tightness began creeping up my throat. I forced myself to breathe slowly, counting in my head, willing the panic to stay buried. "Hey," the clerk said, breaking my focus. "You okay?" I nodded, swallowing hard. "Yeah. Sorry. Just headache." He gave me a look but didn't press. I grabbed the water and left quickly. Back on the street, I pulled out the notebook again and scribbled glass cracked on shelf. No cause. I wasn't crazy. Something was happening. It had to be. I called Maya that evening, my fingers fumbling as I dialed. When she answered, her voice was cautious. "You sound off," she said. "I'm dealing with something," I said, not trusting myself to say more. "I think I need help." She didn't hesitate. "I'm coming over." Her arrival was a relief and a threat all at once. I'd been isolating myself for months, afraid of what I might do or what might happen. But I knew I couldn't do this alone. We sat in the living room, the cracked mug on the coffee table between us like a silent witness. Maya's eyes flicked to it, then back to me. "Show me," she said softly. I took a deep breath and told her everything about the panic attacks, the trembling objects, the jar at the store. She listened without interrupting, her expression unreadable. When I finished, she shook her head slowly. "I don't know what to say, except we figure this out. Together." That night, I slept poorly, haunted by the sensation of trembling walls and the faint, unplaceable sound of glass breaking far away. I kept the notebook on the nightstand, its pages filled with shaky handwriting and questions that had no answers. In the days that followed, I began recording everything, every tremor, every crack, every strange sound. I even set up my phone to record ambient noise, hoping to catch something I missed. The more I documented, the more the patterns seemed to grow. But then, the calls started. Not from Maya, but from an unknown number. Silent. Just a faint breathing on the other end. I never answered. One afternoon, as I sat writing in the notebook, the power flickered and went out. The apartment plunged into darkness, save for the weak light filtering through the curtains. I groped for my phone, hands slick with sweat. The silence was deafening. Then came the faintest creak from the hallway. Footsteps? I told myself it was nothing, but my heart slammed against my ribs. I whispered Maya's name, my voice cracking. No answer. A shadow moved just beyond the doorway. I froze. The door creaked open slowly. And then, the power surged back on, bathing the room in harsh, unforgiving light. No one was there. Only the cracked mug on the table, now shattered completely, pieces scattered like a fallen constellation. I wasn't sure what was worse, the emptiness or the feeling that I was never truly alone. The shattered mug lay in fragments across the table, sharp edges catching the flickering light from the street lamp outside. I swallowed hard and reached for my phone, fingers slick against the smooth glass. The screen blinked awake, showing the unknown number again. My thumb hovered over the call log, itching to erase it but too afraid to touch anything. I told myself I'd never answer. Not now. Not ever. Still, the calls continued, sometimes 3 in a row, sometimes just one. Always silent. Always breathing. That night, sleep was a stranger. I sat in the dark with the curtains drawn tight, notebook open but untouched. The words I'd been writing lost their meaning. What was the point if reality itself was cracking apart? I kept glancing toward the cracked window, half expecting to see a face pressed against the glass. No one came. Morning arrived sluggishly. A dull light spilled into the room, making the apartment look even more tired than I felt. I forced myself to get up, heart hammering with every step across the creaky floorboards. The broken mug was still there, shards lying like tiny traps. I wrapped my hands tightly around a fresh cup, grinding the bitter taste of cheap coffee into my mouth, trying to anchor myself. The phone rang again. Same number. My breath hitched, and I almost dropped the cup. Then, surprisingly, I answered. Hello? Silence. Then the faintest exhale, like someone was just beside me, breathing hard. A whispered sound, unintelligible but there. My skin prickled. Who is this? I demanded, my voice rougher than I intended. No reply. Just the sound of ragged breathing. I slammed the phone down and paced the room, running my hands over the rough plaster walls, trying to feel solid ground beneath my feet. The air smelled stale, mixed with the faintest hint of something metallic, blood. I shook the thought away. I couldn't afford to lose my grip now. I needed answers. If my panic was causing things to break, I had to understand why, and more importantly, how to stop. But a gnawing suspicion had started to creep in. Maybe it wasn't just me. Maybe something, or someone, was pushing me toward the edge. Later that day, I met Maya at the coffee shop near the bus stop. She looked tired, like she hadn't slept either, but her eyes were sharp, more grounded than mine. I needed her on my side. I needed someone who still saw me as me. I'm not crazy, I said, voice low, urgent. Something's happening, and I think it's tied to my panic attacks. Things break when I'm scared. I don't know if it's me or something else. Maya blinked, then folded her hands. You're not crazy, she said. But it sounds like something is feeding on you. Maybe someone knows about this, and they want you to spiral. I laughed, a short, bitter sound. Sounds like a horror movie. You sure you haven't been watching too many? She shook her head. I'm serious. Have you noticed anyone around you acting off? Watching you? Following you? I hesitated, memories flashing unbidden. The man outside the grocery store last week, standing too close. The woman on the elevator who smiled just a little too long. Paranoia or not, I had felt eyes on me. Maybe, I admitted. But I don't want to believe it. Maya leaned closer. You need to take this seriously. If someone's manipulating your fear, it's worse than just anxiety. Her words sank in. Worse. Not just a breakdown, but a trap. That night, back in the apartment, I tried to sleep again. The phone remained silent for hours. Then, just as I was slipping under, A knock came at the door, soft, deliberate. My heart seized. I didn't move. Knock. Knock. I forced myself up, each step a battle. Peering through the peephole, I saw nothing but empty hallway, dim light pooling beneath the door. No footsteps retreating. No sign of who had knocked. I opened the door a crack. "Hello?" I whispered. Silence. Then, a folded note slid under the threshold. I grabbed it, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. Back inside, I unfolded the paper. The handwriting was neat, deliberate. "You're not imagining, but you're running out of time." Cold sweat coated my skin. I dropped the note. The words echoed in my mind. Running out of time? What did that mean? Power flickered again. The lights dimmed to a dull orange glow. Shadows grew longer, twisted shapes crawling over the walls. My breath hitched, chest tightening. The panic was rising, building, threatening to explode. I clenched my fists, forcing myself to breathe. In. Out. In. Out. Then, the unmistakable sound of glass breaking shattered the silence. The window. The cracked window. Pieces rained down onto the concrete below. I swallowed the scream rising in my throat. This was no coincidence. No mental glitch. Someone was here. Someone who knew how to get under my skin, to shatter the fragile line between fear and reality. I was trapped. No way out. And the nightmare was only beginning. A shadow flickered in the fractured moonlight, slipping past the shards like smoke. My heart hammered as footsteps echoed closer, deliberate and cold. Every instinct screamed to run, but my body refused to move. The darkness was closing in, and whatever waited was patient, waiting for me to break first. The shadow moved again, slower this time, like ink dissolving in water. I wanted to run anywhere but here. But my legs felt like they were made of lead, rooted to the cracked linoleum beneath me. The footsteps, soft, deliberate, echoed closer, each tap a reminder that I was not alone. Whoever or whatever was out there was watching, waiting for me to lose control. I swallowed hard. "Who's there?" My voice cracked, sounding small and desperate. No answer. The lights flickered again, casting the room into darkness, then back to that dull orange glow. The shadows stretched, crawling across the walls like slow-moving creatures. I could almost hear them breathing, the heavy, rhythmic sound of something lurking just beyond my sight. I thought I heard a whisper. Maybe a voice carried on the wind or my imagination playing tricks. "You can't hide." The words were faint, but unmistakable. My heart slammed against my ribs, chest tightening until I could barely breathe. I pressed my back against the door frame, feeling the rough plaster scrape against my skin. I wanted to believe this was all in my head, that the panic was warping reality as it had before. But no! The broken glass. The footsteps. The whispered threats. This was real. I took a shaky step forward, trying to steady my racing mind. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in like they wanted to suffocate me. The air tasted thick, stale with fear. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud and frantic in my ears. "Why are you doing this?" I said, voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want from me?" Silence. Complete silence. Then, the faint sound of breathing, slow, deliberate, right behind me. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising as I spun around. Nothing. Just the empty room, shadows pooling in the corners. I rubbed my eyes, willing the darkness to make sense. Maybe I was losing it. Maybe the panic was peeling away the edges of my mind until I couldn't tell nightmare from reality. But then, the muffled creak of floorboards, closer this time, made my blood run cold. Someone was here. Someone who knew exactly how to get under my skin. I reached out, fumbling for the lamp on the side table. The metal was cold against my palm, rough with scratches. I flicked the switch. Nothing. The bulb buzzed, flickered, then died. Darkness swallowed me whole. I tried to stay calm. Breathe in. Breathe out. But the panic was rising again, a storm building inside my chest. My hands shook so violently that I knocked over the glass of water on the table. It shattered on the floor, cold liquid spreading like a dark stain. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then a voice, closer this time, low and mocking. "You're not as strong as you think." I swallowed the lump in my throat and forced myself to speak. "Who are you? What do you want?" No answer. Just the sound of breathing, steady and unhurried. I backed away slowly, hands raised as if I could ward off the shadows themselves. The cold plaster scraped against my skin again. My mind raced. If I stayed here, I'd be trapped. But if I left, where would I go? The whole building felt like a cage, every corridor a trap. A sudden clatter made me jump. The broken window rattled in its frame, shards tinkling like chimes in the wind. I swallowed hard, fighting the panic clawing at my throat. "Stop," I said, voice shaking but firm. "Please. I don't want to fight." The breathing slowed, then stopped. A faint scrape against the wall, a shadow peeled away from the darkness, a shape emerging. Not a monster. Not a ghost. A man. His face obscured in shadow, but I could see the sharp line of his jaw, the glint of something cold in his eyes. I stepped back, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my ribs. "Who are you?" I repeated, voice cracking. "What do you want from me?" He smiled, thin and cruel. "You don't remember me, do you?" I shook my head, confusion and fear twisting inside me. "No. I don't know you." His smile faded. "You think your panic is the problem?" "No. You're the problem." A chill settled over me. "I don't understand." He took a step forward. "You've been running from yourself for years, pretending you're weak, that your mind is broken. But you're dangerous, and I'm here to make sure you know it." My hands trembled uncontrollably. "Dangerous? Me? I'm just trying to survive." He laughed, a dry, bitter sound. "Survive? You've been surviving on fear. And fear feeds me." I swallowed the scream rising in my throat. This was worse than any panic attack. This was something preying on me, twisting my worst moments into tool. I wanted to run. I wanted to hide. But the room was closing in, walls narrowing like a trap. The broken glass glittered at my feet, sharp as memories I couldn't forget. "Why me?" I whispered, voice barely audible. "Because you're the only one who can break the cycle," he said. "But first, you have to face me." The air grew heavy, thick with tension. My breath came fast and shallow. The panic surged, but this time, I didn't let it take me. I forced myself to stand tall, to meet his gaze. "Then I'm ready," I said, voice steady despite the chaos inside. His smile returned, wider now, but there was something different in his eyes, a flicker of respect, maybe even fear. "Good," he said, "because the night is far from over." Outside, the wind howled through the broken window, carrying with it the distant sound of sirens. Or was that just my mind playing tricks again? I didn't care. I was done running. Whatever this was, whatever darkness had been waiting to swallow me whole, it was time to fight back. I sat on the cracked linoleum floor of my kitchen, the cold seeping through my jeans, smelling faintly of stale coffee and whatever had rotted in the bottom of the trash bin. Across from me, the shattered fragments of a glass I hadn't even realized I'd been holding scattered like shards of a fractured mind. The silence was thick, save for the distant whine of a refrigerator struggling against old age and the occasional creak of the building settling in the early evening chill. It was over. Somehow, it was finally over. I'd spent years trapped in a cycle of panic and destruction, convinced that my terror was a force strong enough to crack glass, shake walls, and unravel reality itself. I told myself it was all in my head. But now, sitting amidst the ruins of that belief, I understood the truth was more complicated, more human, and infinitely more painful. The city outside was starting to fade into dusk, the street lamps flickering on unevenly, casting long shadows through my window. The faint scent of rain hung in the air, promising to wash away the grime and dust that had settled on everything, including me. I took a deep breath, tasting the cool dampness mixed with the sharp tang of my own sweat. My hands trembled, but this time, it wasn't out of fear. It was exhaustion. I remembered how it all began today, the way my chest had tightened when I woke up, the familiar knot twisting itself tighter with every passing hour. But this time, I hadn't run. I hadn't hidden or called for help. I faced it head on, like I should have all along. Earlier, I'd met with Dr. Levin, my therapist. The waiting room smelled of antiseptic and old magazines, a faint murmur of other lives quietly suffering around me. When my name was called, I felt that familiar sinking feeling, like my lungs had turned to stone. But I walked through the door anyway. "Good to see you," she said, her voice steady and warm. "How have you been since last time?" I swallowed hard. I don't know. Better? Worse? I'm not sure anymore. She nodded, eyes patient. "That's okay. We'll take it one step at a time." I told her about the tremors, the glass breaking, the panic attacks that seemed to tear through reality itself. I expected disbelief, maybe even dismissal. But she listened. Really listened. "Your anxiety is manifesting in physical ways," she explained gently. "Not that you're breaking things with your mind, but that the panic triggers have led to uncontrolled physical reactions like shaking, dropping objects. It's not supernatural. It's very real, very human." That hit me harder than anything. I wanted to believe in something otherworldly. It felt less lonely. But here was the truth. My body was betraying me, reacting violently to fear that I couldn't control, not because something was feeding on me, but because fear had always been inside me, growing until it spilled over. When I left her office, the sky was heavy with clouds, the first fat drops of rain tapping against my face. I walked slowly toward the bus stop, the city sounds muffled but alive, car horns, distant laughter, a dog barking somewhere behind a chain-link fence. The air smelled like wet concrete and exhaust, a gritty reminder that life continued around me, indifferent and relentless. At the stop, a woman sat hunched over, her hands wrapped around a steaming cup of tea. She looked up and smiled faintly at me. I nodded back, surprised at how normal that simple exchange felt. I wanted to tell her everything, but the words caught in my throat. The bus arrived, groaning to a halt. I stepped inside, the warm, stale air smelling of old leather and a trace of cinnamon from someone's spilled gum. I found a seat by the window, pressing my palm against the cool glass. Outside, the city blurred into streaks of light and shadow. I closed my eyes and let the rhythm of the wheels soothe me. For the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I was losing my mind. When I got home, I cleaned up the mess in the kitchen, careful with the shards. Each piece felt like a fragment of my fractured nerves, but also a reminder that things could be mended, even if not perfectly. I rinsed my hands, the warm water washing away the sticky residue and, somehow, some of the fear. The next few days passed with the slow, steady pacing of someone learning to live in their own skin again. I practiced grounding exercises Dr. Levin had taught me, focusing on the texture of the rough plaster on my walls, the taste of the bitter tea I brewed each morning, the sound of rain tapping against the window. I learned to catch the tremors before they spiraled, to breathe through the tightening chest and racing heart. One evening, I sat in my living room, surrounded by the quiet hum of a world that didn't care about my panic or my breaking glass. The lamp flickered once, then steadied. My hands rested on the armrest, steady now, not shaking with dread but with cautious hope. I thought about the years lost to fear, the nights spent curled in silence, the mornings filled with dread before the sun even rose. I thought about the people who had tried to help, who had seen the cracks in me and stayed anyway. I thought about the small things like the woman at the bus stop, the sound of a dog barking in the distance, the smell of rain on the pavement, and how they pulled me back from the edge. Fear hadn't disappeared. It never would completely. But I was no longer a prisoner to it. I smiled, a slow, fragile thing. Not a victory shout, but a quiet acknowledgement that I was still here, still fighting. And that was enough. The glass on my kitchen floor was swept away. The tremors in my hands faded. The world remained a place of shadows and noise, but I had found a way to live within it. I was not broken beyond repair. I was healing. Silence settled around me, yes. But it was no longer a silence of dread. It was a silence of peace. And that was something I could live with.